it's paramount to you. Unaona, someone might have a different view, someone might also have a different view. So it gives you a full scale of it gives you a 360 degree of how to view that issue. So you can't say at oh, hii situation iko hivi, hii situation iko hivi. I know for Aoko is usually mostly drama, but sometimes ukiangalia hiyo drama you can easily see some patterns, unaona, coming from whatever she's saying. You cannot just say okay fine because it's Aoko, let's decide this, unaona. Before, that's how we don't get to see bad things coming, because we only want to hear good things that zina nini kwa that shape our own opinion. We have also have Western anasemanga hapa kila saa, listen to a contrary opinion because it will give you a different view of things. Someone here, let me just give you an issue, nini general hapa ametupatia a different view of whatever happened with Morara on Saturday, or on that day that they had the public participation. I didn't know. I was karibu biting DK's head off that day when we were talking about Casmuel fearing for his life. I didn't know that the person actually came late after Morara was beaten with chairs, entered from the VIP. You know, now the context literally changes. You cannot defend a person hivyo when you know very well already alikuwa ana identify na akina nani. Unaona, you cannot defend someone like that. So I'm just of the opinion that listening is not bad. It's not bad. Unaona, but you just can't come and say, okay, fine, this person is wrong just because he said something of the contrary opinion, and that's just because their work is blogging. We know very well their work is blogging. Half of the things they say are usually not true, but half of them, okay, are their own truths. You get what I mean? So you can't just say, okay, fine, all of the things that they're saying are lies.
All right. Maybe I'll let Chris respond. I'm seeing people already moved to the other side. Chris.
Okay. Unajua nini Wanjiru ameni-question kwa sababu mi kwanza hata siko kwa party ya kudivert attention. Kitu yenye mi nasema, we follow these people with cautiousness. We know anytime they can divert anything to anyone, even to him who we trust them. They can, because Twitter has been used in many ways to exploit any character. That's why I consume many information from these people. But does it make sense to consume information from them? Yes, at some point it makes sense. But we be kind of cautious. Being cautious is not a bad character. Cautious can hold your mind from following a wrong direction. I think being cautious inakudeny chance ya wewe kukua into much to those people, kwa sababu anytime they can disappoint you. Know that anytime at any level you'll reach, utapata disappointment from those people. Expect those are the things I want to say. Si ati mimi nasema ati usisikize ati hao watu ni wabaya. Si wabaya, they give us some good information. They tell us how government is. They tell us, but where they get the same information is where the information is directed to manipulate a certain part. Once your mind is manipulated, because when you get information, it's their mind to decide what to take in. And when the mind decide what to put in, that is what we call basic manipulation. What happens when manipulation happens in your mind? You can even turn to be a zombie or turn to be an idol worshipper, because now you have been turned to another direction. But every time when you're following a certain character, hold your mind back, keep your steps, some few steps behind from those people. When you are so close, he can hit you by back, because he's walking in front. He can hit you with the legs from in the backside and you can fall. So begin, for me, I don't say huko is bad, but let's be cautious for the hiyo inakusaidia movement yenyewe grow, kwa sababu hata tukisema ati to follow ati hawa watu wanatupatia information, yes they give us information, inamaanisha watu wote wanatupatia chakula ni watu wazuri? No, watu wengine hata ni wauaji, wameua ndio watulishe. Lakini sasa haimaanishi ati kwa sababu siko wazazi wengine wanalisha watoto wao vizuri na wengine mpaka wanawekea sumu kwa sababu watoto wamewatrust. Once mtoto ametrust, anajua mama yake hawezi muua, anamwekea sumu kwa chakula, anakula, anakufa. Inamaanisha hao si wazazi wetu. Inafaa tuende na ile mind that anybody anytime can disappoint us, but we need to have the courage, and the courage is to step some few meters from them, because when you are with them, anytime we can do anything to you. That is what I want to say.
All right. Thank you so much for that submission, Bwana Chris Prinas. Of course, we are here, and I wanted to just make a note. I wanted to note huyu jamaa anafaa kuja kutuongelesha, and what I'm seeing is a big portrait ya nabii hapo nyuma. Wanjira, umeona hiyo? A big portrait ya nabii kwa hapo nyuma, kwa hiyo address yake.
Vicky, I can see it. Nico, sorry, I'm tuned into Citizen. But yeah, I could see it. I think you had asked me a question. What was your question, Vivi?
The outcome. Before that, I didn't know the outcome. So, like, what would be the outcome that would be most favorable, that will make you happy today? Because there is that part where the DP is going to either resign, or we don't know what he's going to say right now. But you want both of them to go. But right now we have the impeachment of Rigiji. So what would be your best outcome?
Well, let me say that if Rigiji wants to resign, let him resign. In my opinion, that will be one less problem for Kenyans, because let us be very frank. People, you know what a bigot is? Huh? It is a person that holds to such strong beliefs, and more often than not, those beliefs are usually to the impediment of other people. That is what a bigot is. And the truth is, Rigathi Gachagua is a tribal bigot. When someone, the deputy president, takes a stand and says, that he loves all Kenyan people equally, but he loves people from the mountain more, what are you trying to tell us? And I think people from other tribes are right to feel that they are not properly represented by a deputy president, because again, I think I've said this on this specific platform, that the president is a symbol of national unity, and the president's immediate aid in fostering that kind of national unity will be the deputy president. And if you are a tribal zealot like that, you cannot foster national unity, because your interest is simply my people. And the truth is, even sisi wenye tunafaa kuwa your people, the people from Mount Kenya, Kikuyus, and the Gema community, what have we benefited from you being in power? And this is not me casting stone because we've not benefited. The truth is, everybody else is feeling they are right to feel that they are not properly represented by this deputy president. So if Rigathi Gachagua wants to resign, let him resign, either because he has designs for political office later, or because it is just going to be humiliating, regardless of you putting up such a defense, you are still impeached. Whatever reasons he wants to resign, let him resign. And then we have one less problem on our hands, which is the deputy gone, let us have someone else. I am very well aware that we could have still someone else. I have seen women in parliament fronting Anne Waiguru, another problem, I'd say maybe bigger than Rigathi Gachagua, because Anne is calculating and she has whatever intentions she has when she comes in. But if Rigathi Gachagua wants to resign, let him resign. That said, Mimi, I do not want to dwell on issues of Rigathi and everything. I still believe we have our work cut out for us. Every one of us must pick a role. Me, my role, I think the role I have picked is civic education. You pick a role and we still have work to do. So that is my stand, PP. let us wait and see how it goes. But if Rigathi resigns, well and good, one less problem on our hands.
Haya, asante sana kwa hilo submission, Wanjira. And of course, it's 21 minutes past the hour. This is Home Run People, ladies and gentlemen. You want to say hi? Anyway, let's wait and see. The news that I'm seeing today is city mortuary is full, and then bodies are showing up. Alafu pia you can hear about there are people who are missing, and of course now there are kids, about 14,000 who are university material who have been unable to join campus. There are 12,000 kidney patients who cannot access basic dialysis, because dialysis is about 9,500 and you have to do 2. Otherwise, you will choke with your own blood. That's the worst death I could even wish on an enemy. But now, that is our country now. Naona designer, I'm gonna let designer talk to us. You know, when we talk about these things, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we don't become very, you don't get candid. So you don't understand until now you see the human side of these stories. Mochari inazaje ja Nairobi. Hey, mnakufa rate ya juu kushinda mochari. Designer.
Mochari inaweza jaa Nairobi if the people who are supposed to be claiming their family members' bodies are not claiming. I just wanted to say the technology that is here currently allows us at least to have softwares whereby we can easily have facial recognition from corpses. I'm trying to imagine, but I think something like that exists. So how is it that we are living in the 90s and yet the technology that is there is so vast? With the AI that is coming up, the government should be at the forefront of solving its own issues, but because we have a government that is retarded, quote unquote, they don't want these advancements when it comes to simplification of identification of people, because I know very well that something of the sort is there.
I want to stop you. I want to stop you there, designer.
My legal team is preparing some documents that I'll cite here so that we can give you. I've got this media interview in response to the special motion dated 26 September 2024 by the Honorable Mutuse Mwengi, Member of Parliament for Kimbwezi West Constituency, for the removal from office by way of impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I have been invited to appear in Parliament in the National Assembly tomorrow at 5 p.m. And I want to confirm to the honorable members and the Speaker and the people of Kenya that I'll avail myself at that time and prosecute my defense for 2 hours. And I trust the honorable members will be kind enough to allow me to respond in silence. I, however, considered that I'm elected by the people of Kenya directly. On 9th of August 2022, Kenyans woke up early to go and vote in their president and deputy president. And out of the millions of Kenyans who turned up, 7.2 million Kenyans decided willingly that Dr. William Ruto should be elected as president and Rigathi Gachagua as the deputy president. I think it's only fair when members of parliament decide that they want to remove the deputy president from office, the people who elected Rigathi Gachagua as deputy president hear his side of the story. I think it's only fair. And I thought it's also respectful to the voters to have the first opportunity to hear from me before the honorable members, because they are the ones who elected me to office. Article 1 of the Kenya Constitution says that the power, the sovereignty of this great nation rests with the people. And Parliament, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, enjoy delegated authority from the people. It is therefore very important that the people who elected me as Deputy President get my response of the very outrageous accusations against their Deputy President that have no basis, that is sheer propaganda, that is a scheme to hold me out of office because of other political considerations, and has nothing to do with violation of the Constitution. It has nothing to do with gross misconduct, and it has absolutely nothing to do with committing international or national crimes. The people of Kenya are therefore entitled by right to hear from their Deputy President what is his response to those outrageous allegations. Again, an attempt to do a public participation in a very short exercise that was done. My response was not part of what was presented to the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya were being asked to give their views as to whether the Deputy President should be impeached from office, and the accusations were attached, but in a highly legalistic language beyond the comprehension of many Kenyans. But the response of the Deputy President was not there to enable them make an informed decision by listening to the charges against him and listening to his response. Because the rules of natural justice demand that no man should be condemned unheard. My lawyers will be vigorously challenging that public participation as a nullity, and that does not meet the threshold of public participation as expounded by the Supreme Court of Kenya during the celebrated case of Governor Peter Wabora. The motion alleges that 2 years since assuming office, Rigathi Gachagua has acquired property and wealth whose estimated value is 5.2 billion, despite his known income by way of employment is 24 million. This is extremely outrageous. Honorable Mutuse goes ahead to give properties that he alleges are owned by one Rigathi Gachagua. I trust he was just given a document to sign. Had he taken some bit of time to do some research, he would not embarrass himself and the National Assembly. James Derito Gachagua was the governor of Nyeri and died in London on the 24th of February 2017, and yours truly, Rigathi Gachagua, was by his bedside. Prior to his death, 3 or 4 weeks before, in privacy, he wrote his will and appointed Rigathi Gachagua as an executor of that will, jointly with Mwai Madenge, his close-time buddy, who is a quantity surveyor, and celebrated lawyer Njoroge Regeru. The three of us were tasked to manage his estates. In the will, you'll be given a copy. He did put his properties and assets and cash and anything that he owned in his world. And among the things that he did put was the Olive Garden Hotel, the Pingo Beach Resort, the Queen's Gate Apartments, and Langata high-rise flats. It is these 4 properties that the Honorable Mutuse alleges in the National Assembly that Rigathi Gachagua has acquired them after becoming Deputy President in 2022 when Rigathi Gachagua died in 2017. It is the most embarrassing allegation a member of parliament can table before the National Assembly. Those properties were constructed and were in operation when the late Gachagua was alive. I take this opportunity to ask for forgiveness to my late brother, James Derito Gachagua, that today, as your younger brother defends himself, he'll defile your privacy by distributing your will that you wrote in privacy. That your properties that you worked so hard for many years to benefit your wives and children are now a subject of discussion and are alleged to be proceeds of corruption. How unfair, how cruel can you be to a dead man? A man who worked so hard, a man who gave his life for his family, to buy plots, to construct property, and leave them in his death for his children and his brothers and sisters. And then you go to the floor of the House and allege that those properties are production of corruption. My dear brother, rest in peace and forgive me for having joined politics. Because were it not for politics, you would not suffer this shame. Your children are crestfallen as they see their properties being splashed in newspapers as proceeds of crime. The Olive Garden Hotel that is alleged to have been bought by Rigathi Gachagua belongs to the estate of the late James Derito Gachagua. And in his will, he directed that we sell all his properties and divide the proceeds among his brothers, sisters, wives, and children. We, as the executors of his estate, and I want to pay tribute to lawyer Joroge Regero and Mwai Madenge for their commitment and sacrifice to the Gachagua family. Many executors who have been given properties to run by deceased people end up misusing them and depriving the beneficiaries. These 2 great men and myself, because my brother knew I'm an honest man and a fair person, and he knew his family would never suffer in my hands. We were able to sell Olive Garden Hotel at 412 million and distributed the proceeds to the beneficiaries as directed in his will. We registered his will in the High Court of Kenya and were given the probate. And my late brother, in his wisdom, left Rigathi Gachagua 5% of his wealth. I was therefore able to get 20 million shillings from this sale. That is money that is in my account, that again I'm told they are proceeds of crime. He left my mother 5% of his wealth, another 20 million shillings. And since my mother is dead, my late brother, because he trusted me, had put in his will that I hold my mother's shares in trust. So that is another 20 million shillings in my account. Again, my late brother left me another 4% to hold in trust of the children of another brother of ours who is deceased, the late Dr. Friend Wachira Gachagua, whose children are in South Africa. And another 16 million shillings was put in my account. My late brother gave 2% to my wife, Pastor Dorcas, because of her kindness of looking after him when he was ill. All this money that has come to me from a dead brother, I'm being told are proceeds of crime. Queen's Gate Service Apartments, another property belonging to the late Gachagua, is another property that I'm told I've bought as when I'm deputy president. That is why I have 5.2 billion worth of money. And this property, again, we sold the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, the staff retirement benefits for nearly 600 million. And this money we utilized to pay his debts. And today, as the late Gachagua rests in heaven, he has no debt. Again, I want to thank my fellow executors, Njoroge Regeru and Mwai Matenge, for what you have done for my brother. Vipingo Beach Resort in Kilifi was Gachagua's holiday home, a beautiful palatial resort on 3.5 acres on the beach. I remember with nostalgia that he used to host us there every Christmas to enjoy ourselves. This property still belongs to the estate of the deceased because ourselves have a family. We want to retain it for sentimental value so that when we visit there, we remember him and his kindness. The Honorable Mutuse again goes to the National Assembly in a very emotional manner, quoting the Bible. Says that this property has been bought corruptly by the Deputy President without knowing where the money has come from. I have seen some land, Rogoro Kiamariga, 1223 in Mathera East constituency. To start with, Rogoro Kiamariga is not in Mathera East constituency. It is in Mathera West constituency. In haste to dispose of the Deputy President because of political deceit and conmanship and betrayal, they could not even get it right where the land is situated. They were in such a haste to get rid of the Deputy President. The land is Rugoro / Kiamariga, 1223 in Mathera West constituency. It's a 2-acre piece of land. It's alleged it has a helipad. It's a lie. The land is 2 kilometers from my rural home. And I planted napier grass for my dairy unit. I bought it at 3.5 million shillings. Again, proceeds from my dairy farm. I have a dairy farm with almost 150 cows. And I do make an income of almost 1.5 million shillings every month. I can surely afford to buy 2 acres of land. And I take this opportunity to thank my brothers from the Kalenjin community for that dairy farm. Anytime I've gone to the Rift Valley, in appreciation of the support I give President William Ruto, the Kalenjin community always gives me a cow or 2. And within 2 years, I have the largest dairy farm in Mathera constituency, courtesy of the Kalenjin people. I want to thank them for their kindness. I have seen an accusation that I've bought 40 acres of land in Kakuret Kabraine in Kieni Nyeri constituency as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I saw the Honorable Njoroge Wainaina, the MP for Kieni, signed the notice of motion to impeach me on the allegations, this one being among them. Had there been no malice, Njoroge Wainaina, the Honorable MP for Kieni, would have advised the Honorable Mutuse that he sold me this land in the year 2015. I have a sale agreement I'll give you with this picture. I bought this land from the Honorable Njoroge Wainaina in 2015. I was not even a member of parliament. Yet he has appended his signature that I should be impeached and go home for having corruptly bought 40 acres of land in Kakuret. In fact, the land is not 40 acres, actually 35. The allegation is that it's 40 acres, but that land is 35 acres. The people of Kakuret know it. I bought it from the Honorable MP for Kieni, and had he read this motion, I'm sure you would not have signed it. But as you all know, there was a lot of coercion, there was a lot of intimidation, and I'm sorry that I'm told the Honorable Wainaina is admitted in hospital because of threats, coercion. He is being forced to hang a brother against his will and his conscience. These are the lies that Mutuse brought to the National Assembly and asking the people of Kenya to get rid of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya based on lies. I have seen another ridiculous allegation that the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, has since becoming Deputy President, acquired 80 acres of land in Meru. That is false. What is true is that the Deputy President is a member of Solution Circle Limited in Meru. And for those who do not know, the Deputy President is half Meru, half Kikuyu. His mother, the late mother, Kirigo Gachagua, was born in Meru in a place called Katheri, and thereafter settled in Kiberesha. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua sometimes is a lonely man. His father is dead, his mother is dead. His brother, Derito Gachagua, the governor, died of pancreatic cancer. His brother, Dr. Fred Wachira Gachagua, died because of alcohol. His other brother, Jackson Riani, died because of alcohol. His sisters are married. So when he goes home, many times he's lonely. And he decided to look for some land in Meru where he can go and build a house and be among his relatives, his mother's relatives. And in the process, I identified that 29-acre land and borrowed money from Solution Circle, which I'm paying every month. We'll give you documents to show you that this is 29 acres, not 80 acres, that I have bought from a loan that I have taken as a member of Solution Circle in Meru, the land of my mother, and which I call home. I have seen an allegation that I have a dairy farm in Nyandarua. I don't have a single animal in Nyandarua. I have some little land in a place called Shamata, but I'm yet to do anything about it. I think I just mentioned it to one of the member of parliament for that area called Gachagua that I would like to start a dairy farm. And I think those rumors in parliament, the Honorable Mutuse went ahead to say that I own a dairy farm in Nyandarua. I own no such farm today, but God willing, because of the good climate in Daragwa, in Shamata, one day, God willing, I'll have a huge dairy farm. I have seen companies listed just to create an impression that Rigathi Gachagua is doing business. I want the people of Kenya to know that Rigathi Gachagua was a businessman before he became a politician. And he had a life, and that life is part of his history. So getting companies that were associated with him 15 years ago, 13 years ago, 10 years ago, and publishing them, it's just being mischievous. My life did not start as deputy president. I left university in 1989 and served the public for 15 years, up to the year 2002. I left for the private sector for another 15 years. In those 15 years, I was a very astute businessman. And luckily for me, maybe of you are not that lucky, it was during the Kibaki era when things were working. The economy was strong, business environment was right, and there was room to make money. And I made money that time. Those are old companies, and they are not trading. And when I became deputy president, a few companies that own properties, I transferred to my children, and I told them to continue doing business and not to do business with the government because I don't want conflict of interest. I want to confirm to the people of Kenya tonight that no company owned by my children has ever done business with the government, and I'm demanding for proof from the Honorable Mutuse or anybody else linking the Rigathi Gachagua family with business deals with the Kenya government. I agreed with my children that they do business with the private sector, do farming, and run the family business that I bequeathed them. These companies are all listed. And just for clarity, because I don't think they are worth a reply, because there's nothing about them. Rigathi Gachagua Foundation. As member of parliament, I was educating orphans. I was educating children of single mothers. I was educating children of PWDs. And the education needed to continue. And I don't have the benefit of CDF money. So I started that foundation, the Rigathi Gachagua Foundation, to continue doing the work of charity. I have seen my foundation here. The Honorable Mutuse has not said what crime the Deputy President has done by having a foundation that is non-profit making. For the purposes of clarity, I'll give you the bank statement for this foundation. I've only received a total of 12 million shillings from well-wishers, which have educated children, have educated students at Pwani University, and other vulnerable people. Dorcas Rigathi Gachagua Foundation, this is just an attempt to bring my family into mud. Every Kenyan knows the work Dorcas Rigathi has done in this country for the boy child. She has opened clinics for addicted children, and she gets a lot of money in her foundation. Since a decision was made that the government will not fund the office or the spouse of the Deputy President, Kenyans of goodwill flock to her every day with cash donations, with material donations, for her to continue with a very good program she's doing of rehabilitating children in Kilifi, in Mombasa, in Nyandarua, in Laikipia, in Nairobi, and her work is well documented. I am here to see from the mover of this motion what crime the Dorcas Rigathi Gachagua Foundation has done. There is no allegation, there is no evidence, there is nothing. Against Rigathi Gachagua Foundation, there is nothing. Spiritway Limited is a company. registered by Dorcas Rigadi that does work with the church ministries. This ministry has not traded, does not even have a bank account. It's some strong women of God who have come together to create a company around their issues to preach the gospel. The mover of this motion has not indicated at all what crime this company has committed other than dragging the name of my wife into mud in the National Assembly. Calvary Creed International Limited, as the name suggests, is a company founded by my wife in 2015, long before I became deputy president. Again, on evangelism and activities to do with the Church of Christ. I have not seen a single allegation against this company. Mothers of the Lord Limited. Again, this is a company incorporated by my wife, Pastor Dorcas, in 2021 with our friends. It has never traded. It does not even have a bank account. The Anani Collective. This is a business name registered by my son, Dr. Keith Rigadi, in 2021 before I came into office. And I've asked him, and he has told me the ideas he had, they have not yet come to fruition. So the company is dormant. I am waiting to see a single allegation against this company by this young man. Grad Pass Apartments Limited is a company that the executors of the late Gachagua put together to manage Langata View Apartments. The late Gachagua left 80 apartments for his children in Langata and asked us to sell and distribute the proceeds to the wives, the children, and the brothers in a formula that he gave. In a family meeting that I chaired, we agreed as a family that we should not sell the flats. We should share them so that everybody can be getting a rental income. In that formula, because of the shares he gave to me, I have 10 flats. His daughter has 10, his wife has 5, another has 2, another was 1. So we did put this company together called Grand Bypass Apartments Limited. This is a company that will be managing those flats on behalf of the beneficiaries of the estate of the late Gachagua. Again, this company has been put here by the Honorable Mutuse as a company that is involved in corruption. A company set to manage flats belonging to a dead good man who had foresight to think about the future of his children. And in his death, he is being haunted on nonsensical allegations simply because a decision has been made that regarding Gachagua is no longer useful to this administration. He is a spent cartridge. His work was to help fight Uhuru Kenyatta and get President William Ruto to power. And thereafter, he is of no use. So he should be dispensed with and somebody else can be appointed against the will of the Kenyan people. That is the viciousness that we are even fighting the dead. How cruel can we be? How insensitive can we be? What is this power thing? That you even fight the dead for you to entrench yourself in power and get rid of your perceived political enemies. I appeal to the people of Kenya to have respect for the dead, if nothing else. People may have money, they may have power, they may have everything, but they must remember it is very respectful to respect the dead. Please stop haunting my late brother. Don't put him on trial. He committed no crime by working hard and leaving an inheritance for his children and entrusting his brother, Impeaching Gachagua, to look after that property. Fortis Biz Group Limited is a company incorporated in 2023 by my son Kevin and Dr. Keith. Again, some two very enterprising young men. This company has not even taken off. They are still figuring out what business they can do. And before they can even settle down, their father is under siege. So they have to come here every day to keep me company and find out what is not happening. This company has not even started. These are young people, children. Why do you want to destroy their future? By putting their names in the press with negativity because you want to destroy their father. These are innocent boys who have decided to invest in their own country. Why do you want to destroy them? You can destroy Impeaching Gachagua, fair enough, he has lived for 59 years. But these boys, 130 years, why do you want to destroy them? Pioneer Medical Company Group, I founded this company in the year 2008. It has not done business for the last 10 years. Why are you bringing it to Parliament? Rido Furniture Mart Limited, I founded this company with my wife, Pastor Dorcas, in the year 1999. We used to sell furniture at the roundabout at Bomas on your Rongai. And we built this company from scratch. And it's been in existence for years. And when we stopped trading with it, we put up apartments in Koroi, in Rongai, called Rido Plaza, that are managed by this company. We collect rent. We have, I think, 40, 50 flats there, and pay tax every month. What wrong has Rido Furniture Mart done? Rido Plaza was constructed in 2012, 10 years before Rigathi Gachagua became deputy president. Even if you want to kill his men and make sure he's totally destroyed, why don't you pursue him for the 2 years he has been in office? Why do you want to go back 20 years before he became deputy president and criminalize his enterprise and his hard work? Biovet Kenya Limited is a company, again, I founded in 2009. Many years before I even went to Parliament. It has not done business for the last 15 years. Not a single shred of evidence that this company has done wrong. It's not there. Murani Manufacturers Limited. It's a company that is founded by a character from our village and sold some shares to my wife and my children and interested them in manufacturing feeds for pigs and for chicken. It never even took off. This company has never traded in government. It has not done any business. It is actually dormant. I'm told the account has only 132,000 shillings. And you want to set the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, man elected by 7.2 million Kenya shillings, because his wife and children have some shares in a company that has 132,000 shillings. Surely. Delta Merchants Limited is a company I founded in 2009 during the Kibaki era. It has not done business for 15 years. We demand that you say what this company has done. Wamunyoro Investments Limited is a company named after my village in Wamunyoro, which I founded in the year 2001 as a construction company. This company owns a lot of property that I bought in those years when the economy of this country was on sound footing. Since I became deputy president, we ceased all activities of this company. It has not done a single transaction with anybody. The company is dormant, but it owns property. Those properties were bought and acquired long before I became deputy president. Cosmea Venture Limited is a company that was incorporated in 2018 before I became deputy president by my sons. They do what you call bulk SMS. I used to give them work when I was member of parliament to send messages to my constituents. I think they were charging me 30 cents per SMS. Some young, enterprising young people. Company 2018, it doesn't do business with government. It is not accused of any wrongdoing by anybody, anywhere. It's just putting the name there. Royal Crimson Ventures Limited, again, incorporated in 2018 by my children to do their little business. No allegation of any wrongdoing has been annexed to the motion. Kurito Properties Limited, again, this is a company that me and the co-executors put together for the purposes of managing the Vipingo Hotel. No details of any accusation, any wrongdoing, nothing. Cristo Kenya Limited, this company I founded in 2009. And when I became deputy president, I gave out my shares to my children, and myself and my wife, we got out and asked them to continue doing business. My two children, like their father, are very enterprising. Nyeri County, where I come from, we were hit badly by COVID, and all our hotels shut down. Hundreds of jobs were lost. Many people who were supplying to those hotels shut down. The two most important hotels in Nyeri is the Outspan Hotel and the Treetops Hotel, and they are always run together. The Outspan Hotel was for sale, and my children were interested, and I encouraged them. Treetops Hotel cannot be sold. It belongs to KWS. It's a government hotel. You can only lease. And the person who owned Outspan Hotel had also leased the Treetops Hotel. So my son acquired Outspan Hotel and got an assignment of the lease. So they don't own Treetops Hotel. It's on a lease from KWS to Abadea Safari, then an easement to Cristo Kenya that is run by my children. I shouldn't be here talking about Cristo Kenya Limited and my children because they are not part of this proceeding. But they have no other forum to defend themselves, so I have to defend them. They are grown-ups. They should defend themselves, but they don't have the forum. They went to a bank and borrowed 600 million. The documents are there. And bought a hotel and bought the lease. And I publicly announced that my family has acquired the two hotels because there was nothing to hide. I saw no need to advise my children, like other people do, to buy the properties through proxy because this was straight business. They went and borrowed 600 million from the bank. And they were given 1 year moratorium, which is not over, to do the renovations and all that and open the facility. But I want to thank my son, Dr. Keith Regadi. He worked very hard. But I think last month or so, I was at the treetops with the British High Commissioner to open the treetops. The treetops is so important to the people of Nyeri and the Aberdare ecosystem. It is in the treetops hotel that Princess Elizabeth slept as a princess and woke up as a queen. And when that facility was shut down, it was very devastating to the people of Nyeri and the Aberdare ecosystem. So when the people of Nyeri heard that the son of the deputy president is interested in leasing that facility from KWS and reopen it, there was joy and jubilation in the Aberdares. Since this hotel opened, 45 Kenyans are back to work. The mama mboga we talked about during our campaign are supplying vegetables to that hotel. The local butchers are supplying meat to that hotel. The traditional Moboko dancers come every weekend to entertain the tourists and get some payment. The tourism circuit of the Aberdare is back because of these two young men who are now being demonized as crooks, as criminals, who should not invest in their own motherland because they are the sons of the deputy president. The deputy president of the Republic of Kenya spends a lot of time in one of his functions that he has been given by the president to coordinate development partners and look for investors. Why should the deputy president go to look for foreign investors when his own children can invest at home? Children of many other people I know hide their money in Dubai and Cayman Islands. They don't want to invest here. What crime have the children of the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya committed by borrowing money from a bank to buy a hotel and spur tourism, create employment, and spur business within the local environment? These boys are so demoralized, asking me, Dad, why didn't you advise us that it's a crime to be your children, that we have no life of our own, that we shouldn't invest in our own country? And if we dare to invest, we should do it at our proxy so that we conceal our identity. Are we criminals by virtue of being your children? That's a question my children are asking me. What crime can children of Kenya commit to borrow money from a bank and start an enterprise and employ people and spur tourism? How unfair can a country be to its young population to condemn them for being enterprising? I'm being told by the National Assembly that I need to be impeached from office because my children have dared to borrow money, buy property in their name and invest in their own country. And for that, their father should be sent home. I want to conclude by Karadi Farm Limited. This is a farm I founded in 2001 with my wife, Pastor Dorcas. And it runs our farms. It runs our dairy farm in Nyeri that is doing very well. I'm making $1 million shillings also every month. And I sell calves, and it's doing very well. And my farm now has become a model farm for the local farmers. We are doing chicken, we are doing rabbits, we are doing sheep. Again, nobody has told me what crime has Karandi Farm committed. Technical Supplies and Services Kenya Limited, a company I founded in 2001. I did business during the Kibaki era. When things got very bad, I stopped doing business with it. It has not done business for the last 8 years. And of course, in the 2 years I've been deputy president. I want proof. Tomorrow, the National Assembly to table proof what these companies have done. They will be very embarrassed before the people of Kenya. This will be the most shameful act ever in the history of our National Assembly, where you go table a motion that is so sensational based on trash and not a single accusation backed by evidence. I have seen an allegation that exerting influence on officials of the Ministry of Lands to issue an allotment letter to Amunyoro Investments Limited and using the fraudulently acquired documents to support a court case. Again, Amunyoro Investments Limited was never allotted any land. This parcel of land, 209/12077, Amunyoro acquired at 24 million shillings in the year 2012. The documents are there, we'll give them to you. Purchase from a third party. Somebody went to the National Land Commission and lodged a case and claimed the property belonged to him, a former senior outside the Ministry of Lands. And the National Land Commission made a determination, the records are there, that the land belongs to Amunyoro Investments Limited. Again, she went to the High Court in the year 2022. I was not deputy president. I made my witness statement before I became deputy president. I supplied all documents before I became deputy president. I did not file any evidence as deputy president. And the matter was concluded. And the High Court issued a judgment. We'll give you the judgment that the land belongs to Amunyoro Investments Limited. I am told that they have appealed the judgment. I invite the Honorable Mutuse to apply to be co-joined in the appeal, and then he can argue his case. This is a matter that has been adjudicated by the High Court of Kenya and made a determination. And you want to bring it to the National Assembly. The matter is alive with the Court of Appeal. It is sub judice to even discuss it in Parliament because a determination has been made. Irregular procurement of mosquito nets at a cost of 3.7 billion. I saw a huge headline from the Star newspaper, planted headline. This is the most ridiculous headline I've ever seen. And this is the most I lack a proper one, and I don't want to speak in Kikuyu. I think somebody needs to give me some water. What I'm looking for. I have seen that allegation. I want to respond as follows. One, there is Andrew Mulwa, he has sworn an affidavit with the false allegations. And he had better be very careful. Because he has made a statement on oath. In the affidavit, he says that Deputy President was involved in KEMSA 3.7 billion irregular procurement of malaria nets, either directly or through proxies. Further, Shobika Impex Limited is an international company, the fourth largest manufacturer of mosquito nets in the world. It has done many tenders with KEMSA, with the Global Fund, countries in Africa, in Asia. and there was a tender. There was a tender funded by Global Fund through KEMSA, and it was an international tender for manufacturers. The company owned by my son Christo Kenya Limited are not manufacturers, and they did not participate in any way in the tender. In any way. What happened is that in the year 2014, 8 years before I became deputy president, Shobika Impex Limited appointed Christo Kenya as their local agent, whose work is to do their errands and follow their supplies at the ports of entry. Christo Kenya did not participate in this tender. It was done by Shobika. KEMSA wrote to Shobika and said, your tender was not successful because you had a problem with pagination of your security document. Pagination. Those of you who have done tenders, you number the pages. And if they are not right, you can be disqualified. And therefore, they were told, can you come and collect your bid board, your original bid board? That's what happens. If you participate in a tender and you don't win, you are asked to collect your bid board. And they kept on coming to collect the bid board. It was not available for almost 3 months. And they asked the local agent, that is Christo Kenya Limited, can you follow up on our behalf? We participated in this tender. We did not win. We have a letter asking us to collect the bid board. We are waiting for it because this is money that is tied as our agent in Kenya. Can you follow up? And that is why when my son on behalf of Christo Kenya Limited went to KEMSA trying to follow up, and when it was not working, he brought it to my attention and I made a call to Mr. Andrew Mulwa, asking, my son has been here. There's a little issue about a bid board of an unsuccessful tender. Why is it that this is money that is tied? And these are foreigners, these are foreign investors. We don't want to make life difficult for them, please. Why don't you release it to it unless there's a problem? No, he said, no, the matter is under investigation. That is why we cannot release it. The bid board is with the SEC. I said, fine. If the matter is under investigation, so be it. Right along, the investigations were over. EACC wrote to KEMSA and returned the bid board. KEMSA in return wrote to Shobika and returned the bid board. End of story. Shobika did not win the tender. They were not awarded the contract to supply the nets. No nets were supplied by Shobika. No public funds were lost. And we are told by Deputy President asking why a bid board to a tenderer who has failed to win cannot be returned. He endangered the lives of the people of Kenya. That is how absurd the allegation is. There is no evidence that the company with my son participated in the tender. They did not participate. There is no evidence that the deputy president interfered with the tender. The only crime is that urging so that we don't frustrate foreign investors. If they were not successful, why are you keeping their tender security? You need to give it to them. And it was a lot of money. I think it was 500 million or something like that. So I want to say this is a very ridiculous, and I take great exception to the headline by the Star. Please, we'll give you the documents. Tell us, where was the deputy president involved in a tender? This is a tender that never was. And for the record, to show that this tender had no problem, after the investigations, during the investigations, the CEO, Terry Ramathani, was suspended to allow investigations as it should be. And Mulwa became the CEO. Mulwa was not there during the tendering. He came after the tender had been annulled. And he was dealing with the aftermath of the annulment of the tender, that is returning the bid boards, sending document to ACC. After investigations by ACC and the Senate were concluded, Terry Ramadhani was appointed by President William Ruto as the Deputy High Commissioner to India. That tells you, because when those appointments are made, the head of public service writes to ACC, DCI on issues of integrity. Terry was cleared, which means there was no scandal. And again, and most important, no public funds were lost, no nets were supplied. Therefore, this is another fishing expedition to just justify the 5.2 billion. I think that is why they were putting the 3.7 billion to make the maths to add up. You know, when you want to talk big figures, you must look for 3.7, 600 and all that. Even all these things I've read here, if you take your phones, we are nowhere even, we have not reached 2 billion. Because Olive Garden 400 million, Queen's Gate Apartment 600 million, Outspan and Treetop 600. So these are just figures that were being put to the people of Kenya so that they can see us into bad light. Unnecessary and expensive renovation at the official residence in Karen and Mombasa. How Mutusen knew it's unnecessary, I don't know. He has never been here. You guys were here before. When President William Ruto was deputy president, he was denied funds for 5 years. This place was in very high state of disrepair. It took me 7 months to move in. The roofs were leaking, the toilets were blocked, the septic tanks was broken down, the borehole was broken. There was nothing. Parliament, in its own wisdom, allocated funds for the renovation of this residence. As deputy president, I have nothing to do with public expenditure. In fact, at that time, the accounting officer between 2022 and 2023 financial year was the State House Controller. Procurement was done, tender was awarded, and the renovations were done. As and you can see, the place looks good. There was need to dignify the office of the deputy president because he has a function of coordinating development partners, ambassadors and high commissioners and all sorts of international visitors are always here. So to dignify the office of the deputy president, the residents needed to be in the right standard, and that is not my decision, and I have nothing to do with it. As for the contractor who was awarded the job, I don't know him, and I don't need to know him. I have no business. Where he transferred his money, I would not know. I have no access to his account. Whether he is related to me, the answer is no. I don't know him. And for the record, I don't wish to know him because it's not necessary. Government expenditure is audited every year by the Auditor General. Since this office was under the executive office of the Deputy President for that financial year, the Auditor General did her inspection and gave us a clean bill of health. The renovations that were done were not highlighted with having any audit query. If the Honorable Mutuse had taken his time to look at the Auditor General's report, you not have brought this baseless accusation. And even if there was an accusation, it should be directed to the accounting officer, who is the State House Controller, not me. I don't deal with procurement. I don't deal with financial management. I don't deal with anything to do with public finances. But since the matter has been raised, I have to answer to it. I have looked at the Auditor General's report, clean. I have looked at the contract, it's signed by the Controller of State House. As to the work, that I can attest, they did a very good job. And this residence has been dignified. The same with the residence in Mombasa. You know, the residence in Mombasa is where President William Ruto and his wife, Mama Rachel, were chased away, and the house allocated to the regional commissioner. And on assuming office, I took up the residence. It was in state of disrepair. Again, it was renovated. It's a good place. And I normally go there when I go to Mombasa. And it makes a lot of sense, because before the renovation of that residence, anytime I went to Mombasa, I normally have a huge delegation of security people, hospitality, and all that goes with the office, not really me. The bills were very expensive. It makes a lot of sense to have an official residence for the Deputy President in Mombasa, so that when he is there, you cut down on public expenditure. Dubiously acquiring a substantial portion or sum of 100 million paid to Lusona Events Limited. Again, that's another ridiculous acquisition from the North. This is people who give services here for events. We have many meetings. You have come here for IBEC. There are tents put up here to the required standard. We have meetings here for development partners. This is a very busy residence. Most of you have been here. Again, I don't get involved in procurement. That is the work of the accounting officer and his team in public finance management. As to the person who does that work, I don't know he or she, and I have no business knowing who does the work. Those are things that are not in my purview. Again, the ridiculous accusations that money came to me, one would have to demonstrate how it came to me. Was it brought to me through my account, through cash? Who was there? What is the evidence? Again, it is just trying to throw mud at me. And I want to say that that accusation is baseless, and we want to see the mover of the motion coming up with tangible evidence. Again, these accusations lack particularities. And accusations. Again, we'll be challenging that again in court, because there is a ruling that grounds of impeachment must be well grounded and must be particularized and specific. This is just an allegation. Where is the nexus between the supplier of events to this residence and the Deputy President, Impeaching Gachagua? There is no nexus. I don't know the person. I don't know the company. I'm not involved in the procurement. I don't even know how it is procured. All I do is I want events, and they are arranged, and I take part in those events. Those accusations of funds utilizing the Deputy President, in the office of the Deputy President, coming for my personal benefit, are ridiculous, unfounded, and totally malicious, and there's no evidence whatsoever. And I want you people of the press to also ask these people to give you the evidence. Don't just write headlines. Ask, where is the evidence? Where are the particulars? You don't just allege, oh, this particular supplier, this money went to the Deputy President. Yes, fine, that is good. How? How did it go to the Deputy President? You must explain. Alleged sensational but false allegations against Lady Justice Esther Minor. It is alleged that the special notice of motion at ground 4 had a gross violation of the Constitution that I publicly attacked the lady Justice Esther Maina and forcibly threatened to bring action against her. I did not threaten to bring any action against Justice Maina. I did bring action against her. I was just informing the public because I'm a public officer and I have freedom of speech. I have filed petition before the Judicial Service Commission against Justice Esther Maina in issues I felt I did not get proper justice. So I did not threaten her. I did what the law says. If you are not happy with the conduct of a judge, you file a petition before the Judicial Service Commission, which I have done. Again, I don't want to delve before the matters because it is against sub judice, but that I have done. So I cannot be threatened. I cannot be said to threaten her. And again, I have a right as a leader, as a Kenyan, to say what I'm doing. And I did say publicly that I will bring a petition against her. I have done it. And the evidence is there. You see it. We have filed a petition and we are waiting for it to be concluded. Again, I want to emphasize that my statements were protected speech consequent to a decision by the landed judge in a matter involving my personal assets, which I disagree with and found to be wholly unfair. The matter having been concluded at that stage, my criticism of the decision was not sub judice, nor in any other manner prohibited by law. While I respond to the ruling of landed judge, I was in absolute disagreement with it. Contrary to the assertions, the special motion, I did not forcibly threaten to bring action against the landed judge. I took legal action available to every citizen of Kenya under Article 168(2) of the Constitution, which allows any person to petition the Judicial Service Commission for the removal of any judge, and filed a legal complaint before the Judicial Service Commission in March 2024. The complaint being live before the JSC, discussion of the conduct of the land judge in the said matter here would be sub judice. Diverting materials meant for construction of Kilifi Malindi Highway to tarmac a private load to Vipingo Beach Resort. Again, I said Vipingo Beach Resort belongs to the estate of the late Governor Gachagua. The facts are as follows. King Charles III visited Kenya between 30th October 2023 and 3rd November 2024. During his state visit, one of the designated places where King Charles III was to visit was Kuritu Marine Conservancy, which shares a road with the Vipingo Beach Resort. And it's a public road, by the way, it's not a private road. I have annexed a copy of the program of the state visit to Kenya by King Charles III, marked RG, which at page 13 on items 63 and 64 shows his departure and arrival at Kuritu Marine Conservancy. As I was walking around, I slept there, I think 2-3 weeks before the arrival of the king. And as you all know, I walk every morning. And as I walked on that road, I found there was a lot of activity and tarmac was going on. I was very happy and I asked what was happening. And I was told that the king himself, the third, will be coming. So, like all other residents of that area, we are very indebted to King Charles III. That this was done very speedily. Regarding Gachagua never called anybody to do this road. In fact, I'm informed that this road is donor funded, the one to Kilifi, and there is a component of corporate social responsibility. And I have learned after I have inquired that these people of that road is called Takawungu Shariani Vipingo. It's off the main road, and I am made to understand that Kuritu Marine Conservancy, Vipingo Secondary School, Shariani Primary School, among other stakeholders, including a public market, applied to Kenya to be considered for corporate social responsibility. And I think the issue of the king hastened that request. And that's why I said we are grateful to the king. Again, I invite evidence to show that I influenced that road. In any case, I would like to know the member of parliament for that area, how he will vote in this motion. He should be a very happy man. If Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua occasioned a tarmac route to be done in his constituency, he should vote for me. But I didn't. And when I went there at that Shariani market, people are very happy with that road because I walk there in the morning when I sleep there. People are very happy with that road. The secondary school there, the boys and girls are very happy. The primary schools are there. And again, contrary to the assertion by the Honorable Mutuse, it's not a private road, it's a public road. And it is serving many people, a primary school, a secondary school, a market, and a whole community, including the family of the estate of the late Governor Director Gachagua. We are just beneficiaries of good deeds by our government that were hastened by the arrival of His Majesty the King III. Undermining the president and the cabinet by allegedly making contradictory public statements from the position taken by cabinet regarding the evacuation of the people residing along Nairobi River. To start with, for the record, President William Ruto has never complained to me that have undermined him. If he has told that to Honorable Mutuse, I would like to know that he has complained to Honorable Mutuse that his deputy has undermined him. Article 147 of the Constitution provides the deputy president shall be the principal assistant to the president and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's functions. Article 28, which states that every person has inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. Article 29C, which states that every person has the right to freedom and security of the person, which includes the right not to be subjected to any form of violence from either public or private sources. Section 152G1 of the Land Act, which states that notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary in this act or in any other written law, all eviction shall be carried out in strict accordance with the following procedures. A, be preceded by proper identification of those taking part in eviction or demolitions. B, be preceded by the presentation of the formal authorizations for the action. C, where groups of people are involved, government officials or their representatives to be present during an eviction. D, to be carried out in a manner which respects the dignity, right to life and security of those affected. Include special measures to ensure effective protection to groups and people who are vulnerable, such as women, children and elderly and persons with disabilities. F, include special measures to ensure that there is no arbitrary deprivation of property or possessions as a result of the eviction. G, include mechanisms to protect property and possessions left behind involuntarily from destruction. H, respect the principles of necessity and proportionality during the use of force and give the affected person the first priority to demolish and salvage their property. Critically, our Constitution provides at Section 147(2) that first, the Deputy President shall perform the functions conferred by these constitutions and any other functions of the President as the President may assign. Pursuant to Article 3 of the Constitution, I, as well as every citizen of Kenya and state of public officers, have the obligation to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution in performing any of my functions. The national values and principles of governance contained in Article 10 of the Constitution by those state organs, public officers, and all persons, including myself as the Deputy President, wherever we make or implement public policy decisions. In relation to this matter, these national values and principles include the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized. Adherence to these principles became extremely important when we, as state officers, are contemplating legal evacuation of citizens with a duty to avoid inhuman forced evictions that would be contrary to our constitution and international law. While campaigning with the president, and subsequently when I was sworn in as deputy president, you can remember, I promised as a key pillar to the Kenya Kwanza government that there will be no forced and unlawful evictions, and that all evictions shall be human and entail legal compensation. You remember my inauguration speech. I said never again shall this administration carry out inhuman evictions in a brutal manner as was done in the previous administration. I and my office, the office of the Deputy President, have undertaken extensive engagement with all parties in regard to the cabinet decision on eviction, which I fully support, including the Nairobi River, which is an entity under the ODP and County Government of Nairobi. Adherence to these principles become extremely important when we as state officers are contemplating legal evacuation of citizens with a duty to avoid inhuman forced evictions that would be contrary to our constitution and international law. Guideline number 6 of the United Nations General Assembly, guidelines for the implementation of the rights to adequate housing, prohibits forced evictions, and the state should ensure that any eviction under domestic law are fully compliant with international law. The guidelines further require meaningful engagement with communities to ensure that the rights of residents are implemented cooperatively without the need for eviction procedures or police enforcement. I have supported the implementation of cabinet directives on the eviction, safe for the fact that on being informed that each person residing at the Nairobi River was being evicted and paid only 10,000 shillings, which I and many other Kenyans felt inadequate compensation for eviction. I insisted that the government should abide by constitutional dictates and international norms while implementing any cabinet decision, including eviction, and maintain the dignity of citizens of Kenya facing evictions. My statements did not and cannot be construed to undermining the president, because the president, like me, sought to defend the very constitution. I hope I'm very clear. Am I clear? I cannot, I will not oversee, supervise, forced, brutal eviction against the people of Kenya. That I will not, and I can't. President William Ruto and I on the campaign trail gave a solemn undertaking to the people of Kenya that under our administration, that will never happen. So when I was asked to oversee brutal, inhuman eviction against innocent people without notice, without compensation, without due regard to what the Constitution says, I found it very, very difficult. And I rescued myself and allowed the CS for Interior, the Head of Public Service, the PS for Internal Security to proceed. If that is the reason why Rigathi Gachagua should be impeached as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and sent home for refusing to undermine the Constitution, for saying no to brutal and inhuman eviction of poor Kenyans, let it be. Undermining devolution by allegedly holding a meeting in Nairobi. Good people. I'm sure you are as embarrassed as I am. that a deputy president holding a public meeting to talk to the people of Kenya is undermining devolution. To start with, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, in the duties spelled out by the president under Executive Order number 1 of 2023, he has the duties to coordinate intergovernmental relations. I work with the governors. This is the home of devolution. I hold meetings with the governors every day. I chair IBEC. I cannot be accused. And I need evidence tabled that I undermine devolution. The motion alleges that on 29 September 2024, I unlawfully interfered with the running of the Nairobi City Council government by holding a public rally where I allegedly incited citizens against law directives of the county government on planning and relocation of markets. This is my response. It is not true that I incited citizens against the law directives of the county government as alleged. I wish to clarify and point out that when I held the public rally, I merely requested the governor of Nairobi County to speak and listen to grievances which were being raised by the market traders. Videos will be produced tomorrow in the National Assembly. I, Rigathi Gachagua, asking Governor Sakaja to take time to listen to the people and listen to their grievances. The traders had sought me out to intervene and request the governor on their behalf to dialogue with them and seek a solution to their grievances with regard to the relocation of markets. Had the governor listened to these traders, they would have had no business coming looking for me. All I was saying is listen to the people. Before you relocate them, have public participation. Most of those traders have lived in Wakulima market for 40 years. They wanted to discuss with the governor what happens to us, what happens to our customers, what happens to the distances that we cover, what about the extra cost of going to the new relocation. And I think the traders were right. Requesting a meeting with an elected leader is their right. And when they requested me to go and meet them, because they were desperate and they needed somebody to hear to them, I did go and speak to them. Again, this motion alleges that on 20 September 2024, I unlawfully interfered with the running of the Nairobi City Council by inciting citizens against law directives of the county government. The leadership of Nairobi business traders approached me sometime in March 2024 at my official residence to discuss multiple issues affecting business and requested engagement in the resolution and intervention on these issues adverse to business. Consequent to this meeting, I directed that short, medium, and long-term strategies be undertaken, coordinated by the Office of the Deputy President, to address the issues raised that are cross-cutting with the agencies including KRA, Kenya Post Authority, Counterfeit Authority, Kenya Bureau of Standards, the National Police Service, Kenya Corporate Board, given that devolution is under the Office of the Deputy President. I was just doing my work. On 11th April 2024, the Small Traders and Government Agencies Technical Committee, coordinated by my office, held a meeting to discuss issues raised by the small traders, including Mudhurwa Market, attended by ODP staff in a supportive role in keeping with the draft framework of cooperation and engagement between the government, Nairobi City County, and the Nairobi business traders. Subsequent to that meeting, a meeting on 24th April 2024 between Nairobi City Council and the Nairobi small traders and numerous others, the ODP on 22nd July 2024 invited His Excellency Johnson Sakaja, amongst other state officers, to a meeting at ODP. Officers scheduled for 22nd July 2024 to review the draft framework of the cooperation and engagement between the small traders and the government of Kenya. On 3rd September 2024, the ODP wrote to Governor Johnson Sakaja and all other stakeholders, submitting a final combined draft of the framework for review and feedback. After all the engagement between all the parties and the draft framework, Governor Sakaja decided to arbitrarily proceed with the relocation of Mudhurwa Market. That gave rise to the cry by the people. Meetings had been held, a framework had been agreed on. And as an elected leader, as Deputy President, I think going to listen to people who are in anguish, who are crying, is responsible leadership. The government that President William Ruto and I lead is a listening government, and going to listen to people cannot be an impeachable crime. I would like to know how members of parliament would want to send me home for going to listen to people who are crying that they need to be listened to. I would like to understand. Undermining devolution by allegedly holding meetings to fight alcohol. I think tomorrow will be the greatest circus. Or do I call it the theater of the absurd? That Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, undertaking duties assigned to him by the President to fight illicit brews and drugs across the country, should be impeached because by doing so, he is interfering with the devolution. I held meetings in Nyeri, attended by Governor Kahiga, Governor Waiguru, Governor Irogo Kangata, Governor Wamatangi, Governor Kiari Badilisha. I held a meeting in Chuka, attended by governors of Embu, of Tharaka Nithi, of Meru. I attended a meeting in Mombasa, attended by governors of Kwale, a representative of the governor of Mombasa, the governor of Taita Taveta, a representative of the governor of Lamu, to discuss. I held a meeting in Nakuru, nearly with all governors present, and all of us jointly, under my chairmanship, the Minister of Interior and Governors, we agreed on how to tackle the menace of illicit brews. And we have a good story to tell. Out of those efforts, our young men who are sleeping in trenches are back home. Women are very happy their husbands are back home and they are bringing food. In fact, some children have been born. Some have even been named refugee because of the effort that I have put in fighting illicit brews. I think the people of Kenya would be shocked to hear tonight that one of the accusations against their deputy president and why he should go home is because he led the battle to fight illicit brews and drugs that has caused havoc among our young people. Please, if Rigathi Gachagua is a problem, why don't you assign this job to somebody else? Because this job must be done. We must get our children off drugs. We must fight illicit alcohol. And saying that you want to impeach the deputy president because fighting illicit brews and drugs is interfering with the devolution. I think this is the greatest joke of the year. Even the 291 MPs who signed this motion, most of them, because I know them, have looked for me personally to thank me for the way I have successfully led the war against drugs and illicit brews. And that is why that sham public participation should have had my responses so that the women could hear that one of the accusations against the deputy president is that he should be sent home because he was leading the war against illicit brews and drugs. I don't know. I think there is something wrong in this country. That somebody has sat down to draft a motion to impeach the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And one of the grounds is that he has interfered with the devolution by leading the war to fight illicit brews and drugs. This is a height of absurdity. and Parliament will be the theatre of the absurd. I would like to hear what is the nexus between fighting illicit brew and interfering with the devolution. I would like to know. I've never had any governor complain. I've never had any MCA complain. I've never had any Kenyan complain. The only Kenyans who have complained are few. They are the manufacturers who are manufacturing poison under the guise of producing alcohol. Those are the only few. I beg the National Assembly and the Senate, most of the National Assembly, to save face, to consider striking this ground before the motion tomorrow, because it sounds ridiculous to the people of Kenya. Again, if Deputy President Gachagua has to be sent home for fighting drugs and illicit alcohol, so be it. Sensational statements against the National Intelligence Service and its Director General and other officers. My response. In relation to this allegation, I wish to state that the National Intelligence Service holds a very critical role in ensuring the safety and security of our country. They are responsible for gathering intelligence and share it with all our law enforcement agencies to ensure that the country is safe at all times. Consequently, when the country was caught flat-footed with regard to the scope and extent of the public's dissatisfaction with the Finance Bill 2024, which degenerated in the Gen Z protests, it pointed to the failure of the National Intelligence Service in carrying out its mandate. I am persuaded that the National Intelligence Service ought to have known beforehand that the public was completely opposed to the finance bill, and they ought to have briefed the president before the protests began, as this would have caused a change of tact by government regarding the proposed bill, and protests which culminated in the loss of innocent lives and destruction of property could have been avoided. Hence, I express my opinion, as this is in my public media briefing in Mombasa, and my utterances were not any different from what happens to other countries when there is lapse or failure by the intelligence agencies. Many of you will recall that after September 11th terrorist attack in the US intelligence agencies were massively criticized. An inquiry was even opened to investigate why the intelligence agency was not able to detect and thwart the terror attack. Under the Constitution of Kenya, the government agencies are supposed to be accountable to the Kenyan people, including the National Intelligence Service, and calling them out when there is a dereliction of duty does not amount to undermining them. In any case, the Director General of NIS is not above the law. He is a public officer. Just like the President, the Deputy President, Cabinet Ministers, he too is subject to criticism like any other public officer. In fact, I'll have videos. President William Ruto, as Deputy President, at one time criticized the then Director General of the National Intelligence Service. In another video, he heavily criticized the then Inspector General of Police for underperformance. I have learned from my boss how this job is done. It's clear. It's done. I mean, nobody, the president is criticized daily. The deputy president is criticized daily. And we take no offense. The Director General of the National Intelligence Service is not above the law. He is a public officer. He is accountable to the people of Kenya. And when one feels he has underperformed, he'll be called out. Because that is the nature of the Kenyan state. And this I learned from my boss when he was deputy president. Again, there was an issue that the president and I committed ourselves publicly that never again in our administration shall ever we allow abductions and extrajudicial killings. Despite the police keeping on misleading the president to say that there are no abductions, you all know, you have evidence on video that they have happened. And that is what I commented, and I said it is wrong. And because I'm a truthful person, I'll say what is wrong when it happens. despite the fact that I am compelled by the principle of collective responsibility to be part and parcel of every decision made by government, that I'll continue to do so, but only those decisions that are constitutional and within the rule of law. Abductions and judicial killings are unconstitutional. I will never support them. President William Ruto has been criticized left, right, and center. I have not seen him take anybody to court for criticizing him. Why is Rigathi Gachagua being impeached for calling out the Director General of the National Intelligence Service? The Deputy President is criticized daily. The judiciary is criticized daily. The media is criticized daily, including the Star, whom I've criticized today. But that is as far as it goes. And again, despite being just the Deputy President, I enjoy a constitutional right in the Bill of Rights, freedom of speech. And if the Director General of the National Intelligence Service was aggrieved, there are mechanisms of how he can take me to court and sue me for defamation. And I'll be able to argue why I said what I said. So that is not a ground for impeachment. I mean, that is curtailing liberties, the freedom of expression, the freedom to hold public officers accountable for their actions. And I want to say finally, I think I've literally addressed all the grounds because I felt it's important for the people of Kenya to know the allegations against the Deputy President and his responses. And as you have heard, though you are not judges and you are not advocates, there is nothing here that violates the Constitution. There is no gross misconduct. There is no crime that has been committed. I'm innocent on all these charges, and I want to clarify my apology yesterday to the President did not in any way imply that I'm guilty of these charges. I'm not. This I'm not. My statement was that if there's something I've done to the President that I don't know, that probably has upset him, I ask for his forgiveness. But that was in no way an admission of these ridiculous allegations meant to overturn the will of the people. Finally, in conclusion, I want to say that overturning the will of the people is not a joke. It calls for very serious violation of the Constitution. None of these issues here meet the threshold. We'll go to Bunge tomorrow. I'll be there at 5 for 2 hours, and I'll put my case. In the unfortunate event it proceeds to the Senate, I'll be there again to prove my innocence by way of evidence. When I called this press conference, there was a lot of speculation that Rigathi Gachagua wants to resign. This is a man elected by 7.2 million Kenyans. How dare you suggest to him that he can do so without public participation? I have no intention whatsoever to resign from this job. I'll fight to the end. I have tremendous respect for our judiciary and the professional judges of the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. And in the professional manner, they have handled serious issues affecting Kenya. The impeachment of a deputy president elected by 7.2 million Kenyans is not a small matter that can hastily be decided by a few members of parliament and senators and wish it away. I'll submit myself to independent institutions to get justice. And I'm sure, I have no doubt in my mind that I'll get justice. And this impeachment will be thrown out. And I'll carry out my duties as deputy president. That is why anybody sending feelers to me to resign is a joker. And I found a few people using my friends to come and sweet talk to me. Please, my friends, I don't want to become enemies with you. When you are given such silly messages, don't bring them to me. I have no intention. I cannot resign. I did not give myself this job. I was given by the people of Kenya. I've done nothing wrong against the people of Kenya whatsoever. I've worked hard. I've been very loyal to my boss, President William Ruto. I have worked hard every day. And I'll not be distracted. I think there's one issue I've forgotten, one ground. The issue of the shareholding, isn't it? Even you guys can remind me if there's one issue that I have not dealt with. Can somebody there give me my notes on shareholding? Yeah, I have them here. That's okay. Yeah. This is an important one. Yeah. There are several. I had not. There are a few silly ones. There's one that I'm conniving with cartels in the tea sector to block KTDA from implementing guaranteed minimum returns that would benefit small traders. The allegation is not true. No evidence whatsoever has been adduced to substantiate this claim. As far as I know, I've successfully completed my mandate, which was assigned to me by the president, which culminated into creating synergy between people who had taken KTDA to court and suspended the operation of the Tea Act. As a result, the Tea Act now is in operation. The president never mandated me to take over the affairs of the Ministry of Agriculture. He asked me to spearhead tea reforms. I did the tea conference in Kericho, brought all the stakeholders together, and as a result, I created a synergy among all the stakeholders, and we agreed that those people who had gone to court withdraw the cases, and now the Tea Act is operational, and that will see meaningful reforms. As to claims that I have stopped the selling of tea in Mombasa, there is no evidence to that effect, and I want to call upon the Honorable Mutuse to provide that evidence. Again, in matters coffee, I was given a job by the president to initiate coffee reforms, which I have done successfully. I held the coffee conference in Meru for 3 days in 2023. For the last 2 years, I have been working with stakeholders, including members of parliament and the Senate, which has culminated into 2 bills, the Coffee Bill 2023 and the Cooperative Bill 2023. These 2 bills, the Coffee Bill 2023 will see the reintroduction of the Coffee Board of Kenya that will market coffee for farmers without putting profit. We have also recommended the reintroduction of the Coffee Research Foundation or the Coffee Research Institute in Roiro to work on better varieties and drought-resistant crops. Through my efforts, again, I have completed my work. The 2 bills are before the National Assembly. I call upon members of the National Assembly immediately after the impeachment process to embark on these 2 bills and see them to fruition so that farmers can enjoy the work we have done in coffee reforms. I have seen another absurd that I have taken control of a local cooperative society in Madera constituency where I was a member of parliament. This is false. I should be told which society by name because I know all the societies. I know all the farmers by name. It's really ridiculous. Again, there is no evidence. There is nothing. It's just trying to spoil my name before the people of Madera who elected me as their member of parliament. On the issues of shareholding, I think this matter has been discussed for a long time, and I think it's good tonight I put it in proper perspective. I wish to state that the allegation is equally false. None of my family members, allies, or associates are in control of any cooperative society in Madera. That one I had done. In shareholding by virtue of the provisions of the 3rd schedule of the Political Parties Act, the constituent parties of Kenya Kwanza Coalition entered into various agreements which were deposited with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate for purposes of Article 108 of the Constitution of Kenya. 16.2, the following were members parties of Kenya Kwanza: UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, PAR, Farmers Party, Chama cha Kazi, Communist Party, Economic Freedom Party, the Service Party, Tujibebe wa Kenya Party, Umoja na Maendeleo Party of Kenya, and the Democratic Party of Kenya. In accordance with provisions of Clause 3E of Schedule 5 of the Political Parties Act, each of the agreements contained in a power-sharing development agenda for certain regions in Kenya. I attach here copies of the said agreement. I'll give you the Kenya Kwanza agreement so that you know when I talk about shareholding, I'm not talking about Kenyans. I'm talking about this agreement that was signed by President William Ruto and almost everybody else on how power will be shared. I've never talked about sharing resources. I've been talking about power sharing for people to get what they deserve in sharing power in accordance with this agreement. Like, for example, in an agreement between UDA, ANC, and Ford Kenya, the UDA would nominate the president and the deputy presidential candidates, which has happened. I got my share, although I have no share certificate. The president would guarantee the stature, dignity, financial, and operational autonomy of those of the deputy president. It's in the agreement. The deputy president will be allowed specific duties identified at Article 21 of the agreement. ANC will be allocated a position of prime cabinet secretary to be established within 14 days. It was given to Musalia. The office of the deputy president, Ford Kenya, will be allocated the position of the Speaker of the National Assembly, which was given to Moses Wetangula. In accord with Article 2.1 of the Power Sharing Agreement, ANC and Ford Kenya would have a 30% share of national government positions. So, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Honorable Wetangula, and the people of Western please don't condemn Rigathi Gachagua. The agreement is here, defining your share in the government. It is not me. I did not sign this document. It was signed by Musalia, Wetangula, and President William Ruto. So when I say about this share thing in terms of positions, I've never talked about resources, about development. Although it is also here, is that regions bargained with the president for shares. Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula bargained for 30% of shares within the Kenya Kwanza government. Although they were also supposed to give us 70% of the vote, which they did not. Nevertheless, since they gave a certain vote, they are still entitled to some share one way or another. So it is not Rigathi Gachagua who said that a government is like a company. It is the agreement of the Kenya Kwanza, which I'll be tabling in the National Assembly. It is not me. It went ahead to say it. He said ANC and Ford Kenya would have 30% share of national government positions. That is cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, high commissioners, ambassadors, diplomatic and consular representatives, chairpersons of state corporations, directors of state corporations, chairpersons and commissions, constitutional commissions, provided the 30% share is to be shared equally between the ANC and Ford Kenya. Sasa mimi nikiambia watu wafuate share yao, makosa yangu ni gani? Iko hapa. I did not sign. They went ahead, Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, and they must follow these things. Because I will not follow for them because I was not party to the Western agreement. The agreements were with regions. So when people say I'm dividing regions, I'm simply following the Kenya Kwanza agreement of the way it was debated. They went ahead and said, Article 22 of sharing agreement set out a list of priority projects which Kenya Kwanza would endeavor to fulfill in the ANC and Ford Kenya strongholds of Western Kenya between 2022 to 2027 on a priority basis. Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula signed a package for Western Kenya. I've never had anybody call them tribalists, but they signed an agreement demanding for Western Kenya. They demanded, and it was agreed it will be done. Completion of all incomplete or stored bitumen roads. Construction of an extra 1,000 kilometers of bitumen in Western Kenya. Revival and modernization of sugar factories in Western Kenya. Establishment of new industries identified in Article 22 of the agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Kenya Kwanza agreement on shareholding. What crime has Rigathi Gachagua committed to be impeached by saying what President William Ruto appended his signature to, with Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula who will preside over my impeachment? What crime has this man committed? The crime of this man is just being truthful, because people do not want these things to be known. That is a problem. People have a problem that I'm a truthful man. The people of Western Kenya has now known today what their leaders signed with President William Ruto. It is upon them to demand their share as per this agreement. I did not sign this agreement. I already the people who signed. But because I was present and I'm a truthful man, I fight for the people of Western Kenya. Power sharing agreement between Kenya Kwanza and PA of Amason Kingi. I want to give two examples. Yeah? In accord with Article 8 of the agreement, PA would be allocated the position of the Speaker of the Senate. He negotiated for himself. Let's be truthful. You brought this motion. We'll discuss. The people of Kenya must know the truth so that if Rigathi Gachagua is being crucified for being truthful, let the people of Kenya know why he is being crucified. How can Moses Wetangula say I should be impeached because of saying people to get their shares when he is a signatory to a share agreement with the president on what will go to Western Kenya? And then they accuse me of tribalism. They did not say anything should go to Central or Mount Kenya. They talked about Western. When I say something for Mountain, I'm a tribalist. Kingi said, position of speaker, you are power. Article 9A of the power sharing agreement, power would nominate the candidate for appointment of one principal secretary when Kenya Kwanza came to power. Wamepewa. For Article 9B, the power sharing agreement, Kenya Kwanza and PAA would agree on what share of national government positions, cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, high commissioners, ambassadors, diplomatic and consular representatives, chairpersons, state corporations, etc., etc. Power sharing agreement, that is a word, so that nobody should ever again in this country ever accuse me of talking of shares. It is not me. It is my boss, President William Ruto, who appended his signature with other leaders that Kenya is like a company of shares. It is not me. And he signed the agreements, sharing Kenya. Is here, it's being shared. True or false? True or false? They have shared the speaker, they have shared the Senate, they have shared deputy president, they have shared the president. That's what I've been saying. And then I'm being told that I'm dividing the country along ethnic lines. I did not append this signature. I'm just being truthful. That is my crime. People want these things to be hidden so that they pretend to be nationalistic and say Rigathi Gachagua is tribal. But the people who append these signatures are the ones who should explain why they were signing things for their regions only. Yet they say they are national leaders. Power sharing agreement between the Kenya Kwanza coalition on one part and the Communist Party, nini. So, Service Party, at least I saw Chama cha Kazi, they say the party leader should get something. Moses Kuria was given something. The Service Party of Mwangi Kujuri got nothing. You know? So, unajua sasa, ile shida iko Kenya hii ni ukora. And people not being truthful. The agreements are here. Like in a Communist Party, they have been making noise. They signed an agreement, they have not seen anybody. Yeah? So, my speeches on the shareholder issue are informed by their foresaid power sharing covenants, which are founded on law and lessons learned from the well-known disputed 202 NAC power sharing agreement. Further power sharing agreements are a feature of government formation in all democracies in the world that provide the formation of coalitions. My pronouncements on the issue, properly understood, are not only anchored in law, but entirely harmless and incapable of being construed as a basis for ethnic animosity, a danger to national cohesion, or a threat to national unity. On the contrary, coalition building has been one of the most important innovations since the disputed 2007 elections in ensuring stability, equitable sharing of political power, national cohesion, and fostering of national unity. Indeed, Kenya Kwanza's main opponent in the 2022 general election, Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party, was a political party consisting of 25 or so political parties who also executed a power sharing agreement as required by Schedule 3 of political parties. However, notwithstanding of the same power sharing agreements, upon election as the Deputy President of Kenya, I went out of my way, as required by the Constitution of Kenya, to serve all Kenyans regardless of their political preferences during the election or ethnic origin. I'll produce videos on all those things. Again, my decision to embrace the broad-based government following the decision of the cabinet after the Gen Z protest is that I support coalition building. And even when the Honorable Right Odinga came, he got some shares. True or false? I mean, surely, why is Rigathi Gachagua being vilified by just being truthful? You know, it's good to be truthful. I have heard that my saying we observe this agreement is a threat to national unity. I have never been caught by the National Cohesion and Integration Committee to tell me that I have said something that can create ethnic disharmony. On the issues of one man, one vote, one shilling, I am told again that it can create tribal hatred. How? The one man, one vote, one shilling is not a formula for Mount Kenya region. Far from it. The one man, one vote, one shilling talks about equity. The gist of that formula is that all Kenyans should be treated equally. If we are giving bursary to the children of Kenya, let us agree how many children we have. If there are 30 million and we have 100 million, we divide equally and distribute to every constituency to those children. If a hospital takes care of 1,000 patients, we decide based on population what is the size of the hospital to be constructed in Roiro, where there are 800,000 people. If one borehole serves 500 people, do you construct one borehole in an area where there are 10,000 people? You need to construct more boreholes. That's all. And these populations are everywhere in Western Kenya, in Kisii, in Rift Valley. The high numbers are not just in the Mount Kenya region. This is a formula, in my view, that is good for everybody. Again, it is not a law because I pronounce myself. It's just an opinion. And in our democracy, I think it's only fair to allow people to have freedom of speech and to be entitled to an opinion. There are those who talk one man, one vote, 1 kilometer, and it is their right. And we should also listen to them and consider. And all those opinions can be harnessed and people can agree which is the best formula to take care of the people of Kenya. That is all I said. I wanted to read to the people, of course, the projects that were negotiated, but I don't seem to have that page. I produce it tomorrow in Parliament. So that when they hear I am fighting, I'm also fighting for them. Mine, for the Mount Kenya and President William Ruto, we never wrote anything because I'm a very trusting man. So is my people, as we did word of mouth. So once in a while, we may argue kidogo because there's nothing written. So sometimes it's when people say I'm blackmailing the president, but I'm simply asking, my boss, we agreed the following, can we please do it? We agreed this on that, can we do it? We agreed that the people of Mount Kenya who had been given jobs by Uhuru will not be removed without being replaced. We don't seem to be honoring that. Can we honor it? We agreed where we needed to replace somebody who has not performed, we exchange 1 for 1. Can we do it? We agreed that we need to give Mau roads priority. Can we please do it? Because that is what we agreed. It's simply people being honest with each other and living true to a gentleman's agreement. That is what it is about. So I wanted to explain to the people of Kenya, I am not against any region of Kenya. I am just a crusader for honesty and for fulfilling written and unwritten agreements. That is all I am. I say if we agree on something, please let's do it. If we agreed we shall do ABCD before we are elected, let's do it. If we agreed we shall not brutally evict innocent people, please let's not do it. If we agreed that we shall create a good business environment for people to do business, please let's not do it. If we agreed there shall not be no abductions and extrajudicial killings, please let's be true to the people of Kenya. That is all. So I want to thank every one of you. And because I've been in Parliament, I don't think it's necessary to have questions. I've been very, very clear on no issues, why I called this a press briefing. I've said I'll be in Parliament tomorrow. I've asked my team to try to give you all the materials so that you can also go and digest. But I think I've prosecuted my case before my employers, the people of Kenya. And I trust because the members of Parliament are also listening. They'll be fair, they'll be just, and they'll be true to their conscience and do the right thing and not hang an innocent man without evidence. I wouldn't mind being crucified if there was evidence, but there's nothing, zero. I've explained myself to the fullest. And I think you and the people of Kenya have heard me. Let me thank all of you for giving me this time, and I appreciate the media for your role to inform the people of Kenya, to educate them, to entertain them, and keep them abreast with what is going on. I want to thank you for your coverage of the short public participation on this impeachment motion, because you exposed it for what it was, and your video clips are very useful for us as we argue in courts of law. You guys are wonderful. You are good people. No wonder you are called the fourth estate. I don't know where we would go in this country without you. We would have so much impunity. We would go back to dictatorship without the media. I want to encourage you to continue to be the watchdog on behalf of the people of Kenya, to protect the constitution with zeal, to uphold the rule of law, and to call out impunity and corruption. And I want to say, after this impeachment, I want the members of Parliament now to focus on the corruption scandals around our country. The Adani scandal, the issues in public health sector, the glaring theft of public resources. That is what Parliament should consider and take time. And that is what the people of Kenya want. And I really want to thank the media for being a very responsible watchdog on behalf of the people of Kenya. Please continue writing. Where Rigathi Gachagua has gone wrong, please write. But always accord me the right of reply. Don't condemn me unheard. I want to thank you tonight, because you have really written accusations against me. But I am also to blame because I never called you, isn't it? Now that I have called you, I want you to request you. Every accusation, put my answer. Is that not fair? Let the people of Kenya judge. You want to ask questions?
Yes.
But not outside this. Okay.
Your Excellency, thank you. We appreciate you hosting us here. You have said a lot in the last more than nearly 2 hours, so I'll be very brief in relation to what you said. My colleague Sam Gituk hosted you here on the 20th of September, and you said a motion of such magnitude cannot head to Parliament without the sanctioning of the party at the parliamentary group level and without the go-ahead or the green lighting by the President. Has President William Ruto in effect sanctioned that motion now that it's in Parliament? Second, this is in relation to your statement on the 4th of January this year regarding High Court Judge Honorable Esther Maina you have mentioned. You said you accused her of corruption, and you said you'll file a petition, but we never saw you there. You nonetheless said that you have filed a petition. Can you tell the Kenyan people when you have filed that petition? Maybe you can not. This one the same because, Your Excellency, you and President William Ruto hold the ultimate office that must provide answers for the Kenyan people. You therefore are open to accountability, scrutiny, and questions. When you took your oath of office, you told the Kenyan people that the country has empty coffers, that you inherited empty coffers. However, your statement is contrary to what the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics says, that at the time when you assumed office, The country had at its disposal 3.02 trillion Kenya shillings, includes revenue plus appropriations in aid. Why, Mr. Deputy President, did you make such a misleading statement in front of the Kenyan people and the world? Regarding your shareholding question, I'm sorry to hold you to account, Mr. Deputy President, that the context in which you have provided the agreement between the parties, the Kenya Kwanza parties, and your defense is different. This is what we said in Kericho County, that this government on February 2023, this government is a company, you told the people, that has its shares. There are owners who have the majority of shares and those who just have a few, while others do not have any. You invested in this government, you told the people of Kericho County, so you must reap. You sowed, you tilled, you put manure and irrigated. Now it's your time to reap. Some few months later, the High Court quashed the appointment of more than 1,406 KRA officials. And the judgment? 700 of those officials were either from the Kalenjin or the Kikuyu community. How much of a responsibility will you take, being part of the presidency, of such gross locking out of Kenyans who qualify, who are competent, who merit, yet half of those appointments went to only 2 communities?
That's enough.
Thank you.
One, the issue of Justice Minor is sub judice. I don't want to discuss it because it's a matter before court, but I'll be able to give you the date when we filed so that you can follow the petition. As to the issues that this motion cannot find its way to the Assembly without the President nod, that is true. It can't. It has its nod. As to the issue of shareholding, again, this is a matter that I will be prosecuting. So by answering your question, I'll delve into the merits and the demerits of the argument that will come up. But I also want to remind you that I did not say that it's a company. I said like a company. Like, you look at the clip, it's there. Like, I gave an example. And a company has shareholders. I've just read to you, there's 30% here for somebody. That's what I was saying. I was just being truthful without removing the agreement. Again, I am not responsible for making appointments in Kenya. I don't make any appointments. The Deputy President does not appoint anybody. You know, the appointing authority. Ladies and gentlemen, because my lawyers tell me we don't want to delve into the merits and the demerits of the presentation that I've made. Yes, Karanja.
From NTV. From NTV. Your Excellency, when you apologized to President Uhuru Kenyatta, you said that the words used then were out of political reasons. That's why you are apologizing. So why should Kenyans believe you today that what you're saying is not for political reasons, for your own immediate benefit? My second question, Your Excellency, what next if this impeachment happens tomorrow? If you're impeached, what next for you? If you're not impeached, then what next in this political marriage between you and President William Ruto?
Let's say your answer is what I've discussed here are facts. It's for the people of Kenya to look at the facts and decide whether they have the necessary veracity or not. As to what I'll do or not what I'll do, let's cross the bridge when we get there.
My name is Joel Chacha.
I think, good people, we have had a long night. We have had a very long night, and you need to go and file your story. I want to once more thank you very much. Good people, asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Tutaonana kesho. Thank you.
Hadi wanampigia makofi. Ladies and gentlemen, imebidi leo tutaenda overtime. Mwingeni pale hivi kwenye tip jam weke bundles, sikia hiki kitu kwanza.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
That is just we have from Karen, where the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has said can't resign, won't resign. Ikitaka sana tuende hadi chini. I want to we normally end the space at 9 p.m., but because of that unprecedented stop, we're going to go on and on and on and on. We are going to do some extra hours today. So ingiani pale hivi kwenye show Home Run PPE supported by you, the listener. If you like what I'm doing, 0721948229 is the number. Right after this show, you would like to watch the Journey series featuring Grace Olwande. It's pinned up hivi kwenye link. It is the newest video, a story from Grace Olwande. You guys gonna love to listen to that video. 1 hour plus of good vibes. But right now, I want us to bring the mic back to us so that we can hear what people have to say. I know you have a lot of things to say today. Yeah, me too, man.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Aya, justice for all. Tuanze na wewe. Naona hadi kina Weston wamerudi kwa mic. Yeah. What do you make out of that 2-hour rumble?
Well, I wouldn't call it a rumble. I think it was very well executed, in my opinion. I feel like it was necessary for us to hear his side of the story. Of course, I mean, preemptively speaking, I think he did, bring this conversation now to the people to start having a conversation like we're having prior to, instead of just waiting to hear it in Parliament tomorrow. I can't wait to hear any further details and, of course, any evidence that the Parliament is going to present, and of course the affidavits and the witnesses that they have called. And I think someone had initially talked about the whole issue of it would have been easier had these people verified about these the hotels and everything. So in a nutshell, there's a lot that he has talked about, and his conclusion at the end, towards the end, I think he did. There's a point I feel like he should have ended right before he addressed the issue of the shareholding. All at the very, very worst, once he read what is in the agreement, he should have stopped there. Now, the moment he went ahead to comment and to give his statements about the shareholding idea and call it, unajua hapa Kenya kuna ukora mwingi, I felt like he was simply calling President Ruto mkora. And then he goes ahead to add the issue of Kikuyus being laid off and not being replaced. He talked about the Mau Mau roads being projects. And then at the point that he brought up the issue of Adani and the healthcare, now that is when I felt like now this fight is way beyond what we are dealing with in terms of the in terms of the impeachment motion. But by and large, I honestly feel like there's a road ahead. It's going to be a long one, and that is the one that one other thing that I captured that I thought was interesting. He did mention repeatedly, which he's been doing it lately, that he was elected by 7 million people. And this is an issue. Of course, it's not part of the impeachment, but I'm trying to come to his thought process, where he's coming from. He's trying to send a message that I was elected too. So it's not just the president, and you know how that makes the president side very angry about it, and they have been out here in the national media talking about this guy. You are not elected; you are a running mate too. If this president was elected. But obviously, he said he's not resigning, so we have to wait until he goes all the way to the Supreme Court in case the Senate upholds the impeachment. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. But if it goes to the Senate, chances are, based on if there's no strong counter evidence, then I think we have really a way to go. But after that, there is a political fight coming. I can see it very, very, very close. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, justice for all. I'm going to let you guys speak in terms of 5 minutes so that you can keep time, and also as I hear everybody. Western Shilaho, talk to me.
Peter, how are you?
I am well. I feel like a prophet though.
Well, Not sure whether Kenyans have listened to the just concluded press conference. The takeaway is one, not many stories. The president and the deputy cannot work together going forward. It's not possible. That can't work. So, this is my take going forward. He will be impeached by Parliament. The Senate will uphold the impeachment, and he will seek recourse in the courts. Because he's used words like absurdity, circus, and what have you. Everybody else, parliamentarians, fellow political actors at the top level, mention them by names, including the latest entrance, if you like, Johnny come latelys in the government, led by Raila Odinga. So he spared no one. In essence, he's taken war to them. So he's dared them to do what they can. And I can put it to you, what Ruto may do, immediately the Senate upholds this impeachment, he may immediately appoint a replacement and swears that replacement in as the deputy president and wait for the chips to fall where they may. In effect, that will render the judicial process a dead rubber. A dead rubber. And what that decision will have meant is that this is a political process and the courts have no role in it. And going forward, the battle lines will have been drawn. And that's where we are as a country. So it's not like a long drawn war. These people cannot work together. He can't work with William Ruto, he can't work with Moses Wetangula, he can't work with the Mudavadi, he can't work with the Raila Odinga as of now. That is it. And therefore, how he can continue being part of this system is completely untenable. It defies logic. There's no way you can see it happening. He's not going to resign. So tomorrow's process is a formality. No one will be listening to the merits of the case. Those who have made up their minds will wait for the time to vote and vote against him. Those who are sympathetic to him will be waiting for the time and defend him. So it's a game of numbers, just numbers. You have numbers, you carry the day. You don't, tough luck. And the judicial process, my hunch is that William Ruto is going to preempt it. Because what do you do? If his replacement is appointed and is immediately sworn in, what do you do? What do you do?
On that one, Western, I think by the Constitution, there is no provision in the Constitution to do that. The name that is going to be nominated for a replacement by the president has to go to the National Assembly. So there is really, it's not like you can nominate now and swear the person in immediately. There has to go, there's a process to that.
What I'm saying is that process will still be a formality because these the same people will have impeached him. So they will fast track the process. Judicial process tend to drag. You know that? They drag. By the way, by the time you move from I don't know which court to what court, those are months. And this process here, they could fast track it and move on. That's my take. The battle lines have been drawn. So there's no diplomacy here. There is no, let's kiss the peace pipe. That's not going to happen. So whoever was thinking of these people can find some rapprochement and see some working formula going forward, it's not going to work. He has thrown them under the bus. He has said very explosive things about them. So it can't work. That's my take, Pipita. And therefore, let's wait for where the chips may fall. Those who have been arguing for some kind of middle ground can sit this one out because this is going to be a high octane politics, live wire going forward. It's going to be high octane, frankly speaking. There will be no room for fence sitters here. You have to pick the side of the battle and do the heavy lifting. Pipita, that's my take.
Thank you, Weston. Let us go to Dr. Nimrod, General China, and Wilson in that order. Dr. Nimrod.
Thanks, Pepita. Yeah, for me, first of all, I want to focus on three things, the issues he mentioned. Then, excuse me. One being the extrajudicial killing and abduction. That was a positive for me. The Adani and the chief. For me, that stands out. And that's when Western came in and said the battles are drawn. Yeah, the battle are drawn because the people who are in this deal, they're the ones who want to get him out. That's what I got from it, because you won't stand out there and castigate the government for following such protocols when he's part of it. That means he wasn't part of it. And that plays a major role in understanding what's actually going on behind the curtain. Having said that, I want the impeachment to go through, because this is just the tip of the iceberg what is delivered. Because I believe after the impeachment, we will actually get the true breakdown of what Adani. Because Adani, like he said, he came out and said, I don't know about anything about that deal. But in reality, he's got all information. He just didn't want to reveal them as per when. And that's and for me now, I'm really waiting for after tomorrow, because after tomorrow, that's when things will start settling down. Because people are saying that Ruto will appoint somebody and swear them in. I think that's a far-fetched Western. There's a constitution to be followed, and then on top of that, if it goes to the National Assembly, are they going to be in agreement? You see, they're getting one person out, but are they going to be in agreement? Because when somebody new comes in, he will come in with their own terms. And if it's a control board who's being brought in, that also says a lot. So, with having said that, like Weston said, yeah, the gloves are out now. It's all out, which is good for us and our cause, because this now changes the conversation. Which actually, after the impeachment, fingers crossed, he will focus more on Adani and Schiff and all these nonsense which this Ruto and his henchmen have been perpetuating. Because the people who are supporting Gashagua's impeachment, they are probably beneficiary of all this. And Papita, I think I'll land on that, because I don't want to divulge more until I get to see actually the unfolding of the events. Thank you, Bo.
General China.
Yes, I'm just here writing, and I'm just saying on the history of the speech of nation that have been made, this is the most useless and the most stupid state of nation that has been made by someone ignorant, trying to take advantage of us, trying to lie on our side at this particular time. So this guy, like me, I even didn't want bad intentions, but tomorrow I'm praying. I'm really praying, and I really have to fast, because I don't have to take my supper today. It has been put for me, but I've resisted even my own supper, because I want to see this man out. Because coming with us, coming to the ground with a useless strategy like my brother gifted this and this, those are useless analogies. So me, what I want to say today, like this someone who should be out by tomorrow, then the president or his boss, or what his intentions are, will be down by tomorrow. I'm just bored by all the conversation. In fact, I've wasted my time, and we have wasted. In fact, we could have discussed about health issues and what's going on in the country, but we have. It is good we have given him attention. That's what he wanted today. This guy just needed our attention today, and it is good he has gotten the attention. So this guy must be out by tomorrow. That's my wish, that he will be there out by tomorrow as he prays, because everything he has brought into place is out of sympathy, telling us we should pay tribute to his brother. Did we know even the cause of death? There are young people who are born even before the death of his brother. Should we pay tribute? Which tribute are we paying in a press brief? So these are people who should be going home. We must not sympathize to them. Let him go, and I'm praying and I'm fasting tonight This guy must go home tomorrow. Let MPs wake up when they are drunk, they are in their bad full mind, because we know there are cows that are just being pushed. Let them being pushed tomorrow and eat grass and make the wrongful decision they have to make. That's my submission. Let him go home. I support his going home 140%.
Asante sana General China. Let me go to Wilson. Wilson, habari? Kama Wilson ameenda. Mkenya daima. I don't know if Mkenya daima can hear me. If not,
hello everyone.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, hope mko poa. Not for me.
Tuko tu.
Tuna survive tu hata sisi huku. Mimi on my part what I would say, mi kwanza sina ubaya. Mi na support hivyo mwenye haja resign. I have my own reasons. Kwa kwanza, umse akiresign and then huyu jamaa alete mse mwingine, hakuna kitu tutakuwa tumechange hii Kenya after all. We'll just be wasting our time and then tunaenda street tutaanza tena kwenda street siku moja tukirudi. Mimi nataka wapelekane hivyo wameanza kupelekana, na in fact hata kesho nataka ashinde kwa hiyo impeachment. Nataka astolewe so that hiyo vita amefungua waende wote pamoja. That's all I'm saying. Kama ni kushuka watashuka wote, hakuna mtu anabaki. So sioni reason ya kusema sijui yeye aende, alafu ule mwenye mwizi kabisa mumwache hapo akifanya nini? Kama ni kuenda washuke wote. We are not leaving anyone there.
Eric Atitwa, habari?
Yes, Guy, thank you for the opportunity. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to give a very candid opinion of my side. I wouldn't wish, I respect every other person's opinion who has come before me, including those who want the guy to be impeached tomorrow, in fact, without even following due process. But I wouldn't wish this guy goes. You know, there is no honor among thieves. You can see he has already told us that in shareholding he meant that every part of the agreement that Kenya Kwanza had with the political leaders from different tribes was actually meant to isolate some regions. Like for instance, when he tells us that Wetangula and Mudavadi were given 1,000 kilometers, I think it is the height of conmanship that has been happening in these political agreements over time, and that is why they've never had to put them open. I really look forward to tomorrow when this guy comes out of this whole charade and he has not been impeached. I think God should just do a miracle so that this guy stays and they don't even make up. Or even if he's impeached, the courts must rise.
Sasa, for all my people who say this thing he's going to be impeached after hearing whatever evidence, counter evidence this guy has, tell me, if Parliament doesn't come up with specifics of how he went out of his way to acquire that wealth, and if they don't track that money and produce their findings and produce evidence to the contrary of whatever he has given in his answer today, won't we say that our parliament has failed us? Because they put a sham of public participation, hiyo pesa imeenda. Utaisikia kwa sub what? Ile nini? Supplementary budget that they held a public participation for the impeachment of the deputy president, and this amount of money went. So they need to be accountable. I'm very happy that Gachagua gave his answer a night too. It is drama. Pipita, unakumbuka nilikwambia the drama is about to unfold whether he's gone the other way, not the resigning way, the other way. And I want to stay with an open mind of this. Hii drama venye Western amesema itaendelea. The lines have been drawn, yes. He has said that there was a nod from William Ruto, yes. It is there. The undertones are there. There are other queries, yes, ataulizwa, but he's made himself open to scrutiny. And it will set I think for me, it will set an example of how we will view him in the coming days. Because this is the accountability part of leadership that we were asking for. You remember us asking of how these people acquired money and all these kinds of stuff. He's laid it bare. So we should actually, I'm thanking him for it all. Yeah. Because kesho kwa newspaper sasa tutapatiwa underline the full scope of what he said. I was doing the math where he said, okay, fine, 20%, he has 20 million in his bank account and the other 20 because he holds for his mother. By the time alikuwa anamaliza hizo nini za bradhake and what he has acquired over the years, which is how many, 12 months plus maybe about 30 or something million from being a deputy president, kinda, almost 30, because he said 24, almost 30 plus those other things. You've not even reached what, 150. So he has laid it bare. He has laid it bare. I'm of the opinion he goes, yes, but he goes under substantial merits, whereby we cannot say at okay, fine, now we become like the people we don't want to be. Ati kesho ma MPs, like General said, kesho ma MPs waamke, they are drunk, they go. Those are not the people we want to be. Inamaanisha hata tukipatiwa hiyo chance ati tuende huko, then we will do the same thing, create problems hapa hivi mbele for someone else, vilify the person, and then just because the country doesn't like him, then umtoe. You are like sending someone to slaughter without having substantial evidence. You are sending someone to life without jailing someone for life without substantial evidence of a crime committed. That is not what we are standing for as a movement. We are not. Yes, I understand that these lines are drawn. They cannot work together. I get it. But at the end of the day, we know very well, chances are, yes, whatever Western General said, that these guys will forgo the truth in itself. Then at the end of the day, this parliament itself needs to be dissolved. If they not do their homework right, then how are we expected to benefit? How are they going to? Because they are a representation of us. It's like we are accepting it. You know, we are accepting that we will impeach the deputy president from unsubstantiated merits. Yet we want to stand for the constitution. It's a little bit out of context. It makes us wobble kidogo hapo hivyo mbele.
Western.
Peter, hi.
Jambo.
Jambo. Peter, I think we have to appreciate that impeachment, as they keep saying, it's not a legal process. It looks like a legal process. Evidence, charges, you have to defend yourself. So it looks like a legal process. It's not. It's not a legal process. If it is, quasi. But largely it's a political process. And he knows it. The deputy president knows that it's a political process. And what he has just done is to take this matter into the court of public opinion. That's what he has done. Because what is it that he will be arguing tomorrow, for instance? What is it? Because he has basically responded to every other charge. What will he be arguing tomorrow? Or if his attorneys were to appear on his behalf, what would they be arguing about? He has completely laid bare everything. So he doesn't have any legal strategy going forward. He doesn't. Why? Because he's completely preempted the tomorrow process. He doesn't stand a chance there. He knows he doesn't stand a chance there. So what has he done? Try and pull the rug from under the feet of his adversaries and take the conversation into the realm of court of public opinion so that Kenyans can, run with it. And that polarizes the country. You are not going to find any consensus as far as that is concerned. There's no consensus. So it's not like there must be evidence that you did this. Where did you get this money and stuff like that? It's not. You don't need to provide ironclad evidence to prove anything. It's just a matter of perception. Perception. There's a perception that you're corrupt. There's a perception that you have defied the president. There's a perception that you are a divisive figure. There's a perception that you're not a collegial leader. You can, go public over things that you've discussed with the president and other figures behind closed doors. That kind of thing, it's enough. It's enough. So it's a political process. And they are going to handle it the political way. The political way. And they are not going to allow him to survive, I promise you. Let the chips fall where they may. That will be the thing going forward. And therefore, where does that leave us? There's a question. Where does that leave us? And who are us? The forces who want to redefine our politics, our thinking, who want to overhaul the architecture of our country as far as the economy is concerned. I'm afraid it leaves us in a very precarious state, in the sense that this deluge of ethnic politics, because that's what it is, that's now rearing its ugly head very vociferously, I'm afraid it's going to consume our movement. I'm completely afraid of that. It's going to consume our movement. Honestly, the country will increasingly become polarized, increasingly. Whether he remains or not, which chances are very slim that he'll continue serving this government, or he goes, the country will increasingly become polarized. And the moment we get polarized, don't even talk about elections. Don't even talk about elections. Don't even talk about, getting a new person in State House, because those who are already in State House, they'll dig in. No matter what happens, we're not going to let this thing go. We won't. We'll stay put. Stay put. Deja vu. Once again, 2007 seems to be playing itself out once again. Eerily, once again. So the political happenings that are, unfolding before our eyes, it's not child's play. It's not things you can ignore the way some of us are saying, no, these are distractions. These are not distractions. This is serious stuff. They're not distractions. Serious stuff. We better sit up and watch keenly what's unfolding. We better sit up. In no normal country would a deputy president take on a president like that publicly. That was it. Took his boss head on publicly for hours, I think, publicly. In which country? Tell me. Is it in the US? Is it in Uganda? Is it in South Sudan? Where is it? It can't happen. When that reaches that point, then those two individuals cannot work together. So the question for us is, what is our fate as a Kenyan society? Where does that leave us? I think that's a question we have to respond to. Where does this leave us? It has the potential to leave us in a very precarious state if we don't handle it properly. And how do we handle it properly? We refuse, for instance, that we are not going to put our lives on the line for any politician. We won't do that. We will refuse to do that. They will have to square themselves out. Whoever wins, you can jail the one you defeat. You know, that's what happens. In international criminal law, there's something called the victor's justice. That if you defeat your adversary, you can actually jail them. You are the one who defines what justice is. If you don't defeat them, you can have a power sharing agreement and share power and share the spoils. That's how it happens. But from where I'm seated, it doesn't look good going forward. It doesn't look good. It looks extremely, horrifyingly frightening. Peter, that's what my take is.
Aya, I'm losing. Okay.
Utaenda kulala.
Hapana, niko hapa nafanya bachelor things on the side so that I don't end the space prematurely. Maisha ya bachelor bwana, kila kitu unajifanyia. Anyway, naona pale hivi Dr. Nimrod ameinua mkono juu. Let's hear from Dr. Nimrod. Dr. Nimrod, talk to us.
Western, I just wanted to come into Western just before my memory just disappears from what he's been talking. I think we need to be careful not to trivialize what Gachagua just came out and revealed into something which can polarize the country. You see, I've always said the advantage is using whatever they're delivering to us. The advantage is using what they're delivering to us to further our cause and to cement our movement. And one thing I wanted to elaborate is this. If Gachagua proves that the process in parliament is a sham and a joke, what does that then tell about the shift process, about the Adani deal, about the new, all the laws which have been enacted by this current government and the parliament? What does that state? Were all these put in there at the interest of the country, or are they put in there at the interest of some individual? You see, and this is what it exposes. We need to be careful not to trivialize certain things, that take the positive and amplify it to actually solidify our case in getting rid of this whole, the whole group. Because Ruto hung Gachagua thinking he's winning, but actually what he's doing is just hanging himself. Because come to think of it, if it is proven that the whole process and the parliament was bought, what does that mean? What has that impact got to the legislation and laws and the running of the country? And that reads one thing, that the problem is not the parliament, the problem is not Gachagua, but the problem is one man, is Ruto. And that's the reality. The man is a one-man show. He wants to control everything. He wants to call everything. And that's where we are as a country. And that's why they're not coming in together. Because unless they prove, from what Gachagua stated, unless it's clearly stated, whether it's political or not, for me, I stand for the truth. Gachagua is corrupt because he came in with Ruto. Following that story of Lagat, you understand? Following that story of Lagat, if he can double tap his own kinsmen, what do you think about the other people? So we need to realize who we're dealing with and take advantage that Gachagua is there. In fact, we should be so grateful Gachagua is there and he's got the balls to put his foot down and go toe to toe with this regime. Imagine if you didn't have somebody like Gachagua in that government. What will be the consequences right now? Has anyone ever thought of it that way? And that's why at times we need to find a balance. And I've always said, if we don't find a balance, even in our own movement, we don't bring a unity of purpose, we'll never move forward. And this is not actually castigating everything and everybody. It's taking the positive and adding to the basket of what we've got into making our movement make sense. And eventually we will be able to be in a position to take the charge and the mantle of the country. And this is a learning curve. It should be a learning curve for everyone who's in the movement and who's in the process of believing that Kenya needs a change. With that said, thanks, Vivita. I land.
Justice for all, talk to us. And it looks like I have to restart the space because people are trying to get into the space. I see like 16 requests, but I can't see anybody.
Oh, okay. So can I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I continue making an observation of the things that I thought were really interesting to me, and of course it's both looking at it from a political standpoint and also whether his presentation really convinced me that maybe he has a point that needs to be considered. I think I'm of this opinion that even if it passes in the House, in the National Assembly because of political reasons, if this case and all this evidence that he has, and whatever the National Assembly has, does not get substantiated, I feel strongly that chances are that it might not pass in the Senate. That's my feeling, either because I have not seen a response. Again, we have to wait until tomorrow to get what the National Assembly, how they respond to what he raised today. It felt convincing. He did a very good balance between the facts and the politics of it, which I feel like he really prepared, in my opinion, which it was, I felt convinced if I were someone else. But the second part is that I feel that he also did an excellent job in trying to ensure that at least there's some MPs, whether it's from his backyard, that are going to probably feel the heat and the pressure from the people to probably take a different direction than what they had taken when it came to the signing of the motion. But a few things of great interest to me is when he talked about that he learned all this from his boss. And obviously he talked about, he's going to present videos of course in Parliament to substantiate some of the things, some of the utterances, some of the criticisms that even Ruto, while deputy president, really leveled against the National Police Service and all that kind. So the issue of I learned from my boss, I felt like it was another strong political point. And of course, he also did make a very bold statement that overturning the will of the people is not a joke. And then I think that's after that he followed up with he has no intention to resign. And then he talked about, remember, I was elected by 7 million people. The way he tied those in, I felt like he really was trying to bring this case, number one, to the people, but number two, to let the people know and compare and contrast what has he done that is even worse than what Ruto did. He made it look like, I am a student of this presidency. I learned from my boss. I've not done anything outside of of what I learned from my boss. But I also at some point it did. Yes, I think I'd mentioned about the Adani and the healthcare issue, which I thought that was really strong. But the issue of being very clear about the shareholding and the way it's executed, even though that's not how it came out when he first said it, but the way he brought it out today, I thought that was a very clever way, in my opinion, politically speaking, because even the wordings of that, and I was trying to go see if I can get a way to authenticate, of course, to verify. I'm sure what he read is accurate, what's contained in the agreement. The way he talked about they will take 30% of the share of government. And and they kept talking about this, and then he laid go into some details and talked about if some of your people who signed for the shares, and of course including Governor Kingi, or now Speaker, is that he only negotiated for himself. And, that was a joke, but a very strong point. So he did try to address it in a way to move away from him being labeled that is squarely meaning the issue of tribalism or ethnic kind of mobilization. But the final part of that is where he addressed the 1 man, 1 shilling, and of course tried to tie in with the other model of the 1 kilometer, 1 shilling, something like that. Even though it does seem like he's only champions for the Mount Kenya when he talks about the 1 man, 1 shilling thing, but the way he brought it out, and obviously I know you probably would have brought in invoked other names like the name of Raila, who also is on his side on that argument of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. I felt like he did bring out something that can, even if it doesn't convince the members of parliament, it might be something that can make the public start thinking that if 1 borehole is serving 500 people, what's wrong with having 2 to serve 1,000 people? So why can't we give the resources in relation to where the people are? So his responses on quite a number of things, the one that I felt was a bit weak and unconvincing, though he had examples, is about the road to his brother's mansion in the coast. It didn't come out strongly for me that he did not have the influence in terms of that road being constructed, though it was clearly talking about as a public road, and obviously the king was coming that way and all that kind of stuff. Though I felt like there's a place he almost fumbled. It's like, did you? But he caught himself quickly and said, no, I did not influence, I did not have anything to do with it, but that's a public road, and several entities had already applied to do for the road to be done. Now, the part that I would need clarification for anybody who caught that well is where he talked about is about corporate what is it called, something responsibility. The where he talks about that these are organizations that are there that are trying to construct the road for public good. So is it clear if the road was constructed using public money, or is it corporations that are there that built that road? That was a little I kind of went off, and I probably have to play that back and yeah, but that's the part that I got confused about that road. Finally, very finally, the issue of Kemsa and of course his sons following up, and him making a phone call, and of course the I felt like he gave a strong answer to that, in my opinion, unless there are other responses that we may get later. But if this thing went even into investigations to the extent that people were cleared, I mean, what is then the charge here? So yeah, so people, I feel like he did prepare, and he did execute it. He went off guard when he wasn't reading, And that's why I think the counsel or his lawyers, I think they did a good job to stop him from taking questions, because I felt like at that point, if he wasn't going to stick to the script, he was going to become himself, become emotional, and now start going completely off guard and start discussing, putting his emotion into the responses even before tomorrow. So that is the point. I feel like the question from the media would have put us in an awkward position. Then we start probably contradicting. He starts contradicting, let me say that, what he had already presented based on what was scripted. Yeah, that's how I got this whole presentation that he did. By and large, I feel like, in my opinion, if all that is true, and all that, and especially bringing the emotions of the late brother, of course, and all those things that are written down, they have the will, and I mean, this everything, all that. I mean, I don't know how else. If those are things that are listed there, then I don't know how they didn't do their due diligence. So until tomorrow, we can only deal with the latest story. So once another one comes in, then we can try to balance with it. Thanks, PP. But great presentation.
All right, let me restart the space so that we can have new speakers as well. I will start with you, General China. Find me on the other side of these spaces, ladies and gentlemen. This is Home Run PP. We are going extra time. I would like to hear your opinion on various political ways that we are about to swing. And I also wanted to remember, kuna kitu wenye Western Shilaho point out, that we are heavily on the precipice of 2000. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run with PP. I'm going to be giving people a chance. I see a lot of people on the microphone line, so kindly keep it short and sweet so that we can have as many people speaking to us tonight. Acha tuanze na ule anaitwa General China, because I said I was going to start with him on the other space. Of course, let us go. General China, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Jambo.
Yeah, Jambo. This is not a space I can't afford to miss, because we have a lot to discuss about just concluded press brief with the deputy president. According to our hopes, even I was almost slaughtering 2 cows that is going to resign. So I'm so even much perturbed about I'm not going to take my cows. But if I proceed now to the topic of the day, like is that the deputy president from the start, I do my judgment. I told you I'm a general. I do my judgment from the point when one starts the conversation. So when the conversation started with my brother, what was contributed, then I wondered first, like, which kind of brother was this who could even write a will for a wife of your brother and children to your brother, which is very rare in African attitude. Is so rare. So that's where I got the first hit that we were being ridden on pure lie that we could not even come out of. But it is good. Very many people bought into the idea that it was real. How the gentleman was talking was real. But this is a guy, you remember, who has been sitting with the president. There's no day that this guy has missed a cabinet secretary meeting that is always held at State House on Tuesday, and he come out in public and tell us that today have been blocked out. He has been attending these cabinet meetings, and from the same cabinet meetings, the same deal of the Adani. That's from the same meeting, the Adani deal came, and they discussed it amongst themselves. Then, when disagreements came, because Adani's deal could not accomplish your ambitions or what you needed from the deal, then you come out to the public now to tell us that, hey, I was trying to do this and this and it didn't work. That one we can't buy from now. Me, this guy, I'm just hinting that I'm just insisting. I'm not just insisting that I want him to go home alone. These are guys who need to be packed together. As I said, even before we concluded our meeting, these are goods that need to be packed together and delivered together. And we even forget the person we delivered the goods to, because these are true liars. This guy, even the history that he has gave us, the history about the brother and the properties, it doesn't even add up. If you followed keenly how this guy was articulating the issues and coming with the emotions, then in the middle he articulates with some laughter to prove that, hey, what I'm saying is true. Maybe what I'm saying, these people are outside are looking it in the different perspective. But unlucky is that we have the team experts here that are out here who are also following the same space. So this is a true liar that just comes with a way to play with your mind, like this is not happening and it is happening. Then I ask myself that all these things that this guy was answering today, or the reason for even holding this press brief was supposed to be held tomorrow after the parliament proceedings, and him being there by 5 p.m. the way he said, and answering all the questions, because we were first going to allow his legal team to do the necessary, and him coming at 5 p.m. to tell us all these stories. So he has come today to tell us all these stories, seeking sympathy. And it is good, as a conversation goes on, you can get it, like there are people who can feel his pain, but me, I can't feel any pain from these people. These are people who don't even care for us. This is someone who just come for us, come for our aid because he's now having a problem. But the time when we needed him most, when we were crying like this one is going wrong, this finance bill is wrong, he couldn't even come and talk on our behalf. But now the problem has come. Now we are being told about estates. What right now? Let me just ask you a question, brothers and sisters who are here. There's a estate that has been mentioned there at Langata, where people stay. Maybe they always know their tenant as a different person. Right now, today, as they sleep, they know that Gachagua is our tenant today. It is a different perspective from how they take it. So this guy now want to prove to us everything that, hey, these things have been right this way because it has been this way and this way. And that one we cannot understand right now. What we are saying that you have told us today, it is good he has come today. You were supposed to, according to his advisors, it could have done this tomorrow after the parliament proceedings and him appearing there. But it is good he has come to give us the hint of what is going to be there tomorrow. All these things he have said today, this is government of Kenya and we know what they are capable of doing. Tomorrow we will be challenged about the same hotel he was saying that they have retained, which some people know that the family has sold, or which some people know that is retaining right now. So these are just lies to try to put public into your own issues. These are his own issues with the President William Ruto, which we are not concerned about, because with us, what we are sleeping and praying every day that these guys, they go together. So today we were just having humble prayer that, hey, God has answered our prayers. These guys need to go, all of them. Then suddenly different stories comes about someone explaining himself, telling us so and so, which we can't entertain by now. So guys, I'm telling you, let us not be distracted. As much as people are saying that all these dramas can make our movement to be submerged into, our movement can never be submerged into this. This is just an exposure, and this is a gain to us. We have gained enough, because we have never had in the history of Kenya where a deputy president comes out and declare public property. This is something we have been fighting for everyone to come out and declare his property. Like, what do you own? What do you own, and which place do you own it? No one has ever come out. But it is good today the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya has come out, and he has come with the lies. But at least we have known that this property belongs to this, though he has everything, he has embedded in his brother's name, but we all know where everything rises from. So let them continue lying, but with us we remain stiff to our movement, we remain intact, we remain strong. Tomorrow we hope that the first phase of chasing wakora yenye tunasema ni wakora, the first phase of kuweka wakora kando ni kesho.
I want you to
next phase,
finish,
because now we need
Charles, so that we can get more people speaking as well.
Yeah. So we expect after Gachagua tomorrow, then next week, but one, we also get the president reading for us the same script. Yeah, let me leave it by there as we continue. But I'm so happy about how things are going. But I wish on my prayers, and I pray today and I fast today, that tomorrow the parliament does the way it always does things, because, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to push the mic around because I see a lot of new speakers as well who want to come over to the mic. I want to go to, let me start with Fabish. Fabish.
Oh, asante sana Pipita, wale wote ambao tuko hapa kujadili yale mambo yamefanyika leo. Kwanza mimi imenifurahisha sana na ile kitu moja ambayo imenifurahisha ni kuwa nimeona kwamba ameongea karibu 2 hours, lakini pale kwa mwisho ndiye akaachilia paka, paka sasa akatoka nje, yani he let the cat out of the cage. Pale mambo sasa ilianza pale karibu I think the last 10 minutes ama 15 hapo. So pale kwanza ilipofika mambo ya shareholders, hapo nimependa bila ametoa evidence kwa karatasi. So hawa watu wamekuwa kitudanganya, na kumbe wanaenda wanakaa chini wanakula njugu na wanagawanya Kenya peupe. Kingi Amazon ati anaenda anabagain tu position yake. Usijali wana Kilifi, mimi tu wacha kwanza mimi nipate yangu speaker. Hii ndio inchi vile imegawanywa. Then ukiangalia hizo vitu zote, I think the mover of the motion he rushed without doing due diligence. If indeed those are the evidence, we should be ashamed of this member of parliament, because huwezi kwenda kufanya tu ati unaenda kwa Google una search kampuni za mtu alafu unakuja unaweka hapo, hauna any due diligence, haujui kwamba ina function lini, you don't know who are the directors, you don't know what is the account numbers, you don't know, you have very shoddy job to do. So that Mutuse, I think he should be ashamed himself if indeed itakuja kuwa those are the things that he tables, not unless we are going to get other things tomorrow. Lakini vile kweli nimesikia bila amesema, I think the lawyers they had a very easy work. Wale ma lawyers wamemfanyia kazi Rigiji, it was a walk on the park. Wameenda tu wakachukua wakaangalia tu evidence, wakacheka, wakaitisha pesa, wakakaa chini mwanzo, wakakunywa chupa 2 baridi, alafu wakajua tu kwamba hii ni 15 minutes work. Lakini napenda hii show iendelee, because I think the more Rigathi anakuwa pushed, the more mambo mengi inajitokeza. It reach a point where alisema I learned this from my boss. That is the best game. That is that is the best tune that I want to hear. I learned from my boss. So we want to know what more did he learn from his boss. Unaona? Sasa lakini ile kitu mimi ilinitia uoga ni pale aliposema I learned from my boss. Nikasema je, kama kuna wizi ambao unashtakiwa nayo, je, did you learn even this one from your boss? Now, if unaambiwa kwamba you embezzle 5 billion, how much have your teacher, the person you learn from, has embezzled? So itakuwa 50 billion. So I think it's getting interesting, and I would wish kwamba kesho hii iende another stage, ndio azidi kutupatia zaidi, iende tena Senate, azidi kutupatia zaidi, iende High Court, iende tu mpaka Supreme. Before ifike Supreme Court, mambo itakuwa imechemka, na naona pia huyo boss wake atakuwa pia katika gunia moja, akituambia yeye pia makampuni za Recho, makampuni za kina Nick, makampuni za kina Shalin. Anyway, sitataka kuongea mengi, maanake hapa naona nimepatiwa cheo, hata mi pia nimepatiwa shares hapa kwa Pipita, lakini yote tisa tusisahau kwamba ndio tuweze kupata nafasi ya kuzungumza katika show kama hii. Hakuna mtu mwingine anawezesha, ni sisi wenyewe. Ndio sababu kuna tija hapo 0721948229. Hiyo ndio namba, sisi ndio tuna sponsor. We are the one that make this show to happen. Pipita hakuna shares mali yako nayo kwingine, shares iko na sisi. So please send anything, 50 bob, 100, 200, 500, 1000, 10,000, itasaidia mahali pakubwa. Yes, asante sana Pipita.
Asante kwa kunipigia debe ndugu yangu. Sijui kama umejuaje niko na shilingi 2 kwa M-Pesa. Grace Olwande, our video is finally out. Hebu niekeeni tipu kweli hivi. Unajua sisi hapa hivi ni ndo tuko. Ndo media yetu. Grace, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Pipita. I'm fine. Yes, let me just give the comments. I've been watching the story ya Gachagua. Actually, I'm watching it from Machakos. Na what has made me happy, unaona wakati niliona tu Rigiji anataka kuongea na apparently kulikuwa pia na some fake news kuwa Ruto pia naongea. So I knew hakuna hii story ya kuja kutuambia ati tumeombana msamaha, so I was happy about it. Lakini huyu Gachagua anadhani si ni wajinga kiasi gani? Like how can someone claim ako na more than 12 companies for what? As in, hata kama we uko na manpower gani, apart from those companies, sijui we unagroisha rabbit, sijui mara unauza viti. I mean, Kenyans are not that stupid. Secondly, easy company 10, because hata mimi I'm possessing a company. There are returns that are filed every single month. So if Gachagua is telling me at ye kampani yake sijui iliacha kufanya kazi, sijui haijafanya kazi, sijui for the last 5 years, na yet iko in the system, yet anaita kampuni, anamaanisha alipangi tax. These are the questions that we should be asking ourselves. Thirdly, mnyi mnajua kuchukua loan ya 600 million ni nini? Mnajua hiyo kweli? Kwa sababu I remember when I started working, I was earning 38,000 and I bank with Standard Chartered Bank. And do you know the only loan that bank will give me was 100,000. So I'm wondering how a bank, ukiclaim sijui wewe hauko unatumia influence, ikupe 600 million. Ati wewe unaenda kurevive hoteli imeanguka. I mean, it doesn't really add up. As a business person, it doesn't add up. Fourthly, kitu naweza tena sema about it is like, mimi kitu naona hapo Gachagua amekuja kufanya ni kuseek sympathy from citizens. Hiyo ni number 1. Because if you're defending your children, you're trying to acquire wealth, kwani wengine hawajaza? Au wengine, sisi si watoto. And does it mean that your father has to be rich for you to get something out of these Kenyans, for you to be able to possess something of your own? Lastly, kitu nataka kupoint out, wakati nilisikia speech ya Gachagua, kitu najua Gachagua hataenda koti yoyote because anajua vizuri sana akienda koti atachambuliwa na evidence zote za vile ameiba mali. Ndo maana you are seeing this man, he's not interested in going to court, to be honest, because yeye personally ingekuwa hizo ni vitu zenye anadanganyishiwa, yeye angekuwa amejipeleka kotini. So actually ametupatia leeway ya kutujiona sisi kama citizens. Like imagine your vote, somebody is converting it into money as you languish in poverty. Shame on you. Na huyo mtu mwenye anasema sijui tunarudi 207, hakuna 207 tunarudi. Because me literally hata huku Machakos I'm with people of Kalenjins and they're tired. People are tired of this government. You know, maybe I never ever got concerned with my government until the day I started paying rent. I started paying for electricity, water, transport, is when I knew, hey, if we have a bad government, it's equally to a bad life. So Kenyans, wake up. Imagine mtu anakaa chini anacalculate vote yako yenye asha kuinfluence naye asha kuambia matope to money. Wewe umekaa hapo at you are defending nonsense. Shame on you. Hiyo tu ndo kitu naweza sema. If you are that kind of a person, shame on you. Rigijia hizi katuambia ati yeye brother yake sijui alimwachia nini. I mean, we know the law. Me personally, I remember when brother Gachagua died. And he died in a road accident under mysterious circumstances. And also, it was also being investigated because it was a suspect of mtu maybe kucheza na brakes za gari. It was as serious as that. And I'm wondering, Kenyans, mko na amnesia. Then all of a sudden, mtu anasema ati yeye brother yake alikuwa amemwachia hiyo property yote. Kenyans, get serious. Get serious. So mimi I support Rigiji aende nyumbani, dereva na makanga waende nyumbani wote. Now let me tell you, look at this thing at a brighter side because Rigiji akishatoka, kutoa Ruto itakuwa rahisi sana. Kutoa huyo Ruto itakuwa rahisi sana. Me, I'm seeing Wetangula taking over for 90 days as we go for referendum. But which also is not possible kama hatuna IEBC. Na nyi watu kama Pipita mnafaa kuwa mna retweet hiyo maneno ya IEBC, mna retweet, tunasema tunaenda demonstration so that this government may know how serious it is for Kenyans. They are delaying it because they know their power is shaky. They know that if they have the IEBC, wanaenda nyumbani wote, including the MPs. Lastly, ebu endeni mkasome kitabu ya huyu Miliodiambo. It's a bit expensive, but here either rig or be rigged. In fact, she was explaining categorically how a prominent woman told her ati vagina yake it's not a haikuwa bought on retail or wholesale. So don't be mean with it. That is how we've demeaned our leadership. And that's why you see women in leadership are compromised. So think about it. Nimeacha kwa hayo, watu wengi wanataka kuongea.
PP, let me clarify a few things for Grace. Thank you for the presentation. I think the brother that DP Gachagua was referring to is the one who died of cancer.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
Pancreatic cancer.
Yeah,
Just to be clear on that. And not an accident. And then of course the other issues of the way I understand them is that he did not bring up all these properties. This what is already listed in the allegation. So he was responding to what is already put out there. So this is not the one actually who exposed this. So he was responding to that. And then of course, as we respond to that, and the next speaker, just he actually talked about even the will was already deposited in the High Court and already have documents to show that even the loan, these are SACCO where they borrowed the money from and all that, all these kind of things. So my issue is that are we then thinking that the documental evidence that he's trying to adduce to support these claims are false, because the companies, the registrar, they have to have registration, whose name they're registered under, and all that. And then they have the evidence, they have deposited the will at the High Court and how they were supposed to be executed, and they have this has been happening. So these are paper trail on all these things. As much as, yes, people can fake these things, but the one who is alleging, who is now the MP who tabled the motion, do they have evidence contrary to what evidence the gentleman has in response? I don't know if it was Abdul coming next, but I just wanted to clarify that the one who died is a different gentleman. Yep.
No, thank you.
Abdul.
Yes.
Habari ya leo.
Poa sana. Hello to Pipita and Justice for All and Fabish and everyone, speakers and all that, for your awesome contributions. I have 3 points to make. One, despite coming from Murima, I have nothing to do with Gachagua. I don't care what happens to Gachagua. I feel nothing for Gachagua. He does not represent anything I stand for, anything I dream about, anything I aspire to. Having said that, I want to follow it by a second point by saying Gachagua is a useful idiot to our revolution as a movement, because at least now he has revealed to us, and he will continue revealing to us, the intrigues of power play that happens, and the maneuvering and the manipulation and the discussions that happen, and how we are probed as the pawns in the game, in which our votes, where we come from, are used as matrices to argue or to negotiate for power. And even people have written agreements of when they bring this percentage of votes from where we come from, they are going to get some certain level of power and prioritize their personal aggrandizement, as opposed to the collective well-being of the whole country as a unit, whereby we can say we are going to develop Kisii. Even if we are coming from the Murima area or from the coast, we can also negotiate for the people of Kisii to get good healthcare, to get good, or even people of Kuria, the Kuria people, to get good healthcare, to get good water, and affordable housing and all that. The last point I want to say was, I do not expect anything to change. The dice has been cast. The bus has left the station. Gachagua is going to be impeached, because impeachment is a political process, as it is more than it is about the legal issues that have been raised in the motion, and the arguments about, and is that he's going to make to defend himself. It has been a decision has been made to get rid of Gachagua. He has been used, as he was saying, has already been used. Is a spent cartridge. He has to be discarded in order to start preparing for the next election. But however, he lives having consolidated the Murima people, saying, I died for you, Murima. I said that your traders could not be removed from the roadside where they have traded for over 40 years. They could not be demolished, their buildings around close to water and all that. And I was demonized because of fighting for your tea, for your coffee, for all that. Definitely, he leaves a bigger man than he came. He leaves a bigger man than when he entered as a minister, as an MP, one-term MP, and he rose. And some of the jealousy and his inability to consolidate the Murima was because of his inexperience, politically speaking, because he has left longer serving people like Imani Ichung'wah, Moses Kuria, the people that had served, and the Waigurus of this world, they had served in bigger positions in government, and they were entitled in this. So Gachagua leaves a bigger man, and the essence of him coming out today was to consolidate his power base. I am sure the ODM has already been whipped. The UDA and Kenya Kwanza has already been whipped. So he may not be saved at the National Assembly, no matter what evidence he brings, no matter what arguments he brings. He's not going to be saved at the National Assembly and the Senate. His hope could come at either at the courts, But if there is only one ground for impeachment in the courts, that he broke the law in the course of his service in the deputy president, the Senate or the High Court could uphold his impeachment, and he could move out. But the beauty with the Kenyan court, of which it's a disadvantage to us as Kenyans, is like Kawira Mwangaza, you could appeal maybe from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, and by the time you're done, the 3 years are over, and we are going to the fresh elections, and you can be reinstated in the office. So for us as a movement, we should not lose focus of the issues. We have a useful idiot inside that tells us abductions took place, despite I've seen a very beautiful tweet by Pipita that Gachagua has confirmed to us that abductions were happening despite vehement denial by the boss. This goes to also confirm that there is a parallel police unit that is abducting people and domiciled in one of the state institutions that has not been confirmed. He's a useful idiot because we are able to know that the intelligence was lapsed in informing the government that the finance bill was against the population was against the finance bill. He's a useful idiot to us as a movement because we're able to know that the Adani is a scam, as Nelson Amenya had propagated and told us. So we need him when he can give us this information, but he does not represent the leadership we envision as a people, as a nation, and as a youthful population. And for us, we feel nothing. For me, I feel nothing, and I don't care what happens to him, whether he survives or he doesn't. All the money he has accumulated, all the wealth he has, it is for him and his son. I went to medical school with his son, Dr. Ikino Rigathi. He was a danda head. He used to be shown, especially the notes for surgery and all that. So he's people that I know just because of closeness to power, they can access hundreds of millions. I don't know, Pepita, even if you can your Fuliza limit or your Hustler Fund limit is above 1,000. Majority of us, even the mobile loans, we cannot even access anything worth around that. So this is some idiots that have closeness to power and a rich uncle, and we should have nothing to feel about pity about them, with nothing to care what happens to them. But at least this fight will show us that we have a more pressing issues for us: university funding model, healthcare, and all that for us to fight for. And we should not lower the guard until we get to that level. Thank you so much, Pipita. And I'm asking for everyone to support Pipita in the tip chair so that he can continue paying our bills and also continue supporting us in enlightening and revealing some of the evils that he's been showing us in his show. Thank you so much, and have a good night in case I don't speak again.
Thank you, Abdul Rahman. Yeah, by the way, niko serious. Kwa M-Pesa niko na 2 bob. If you send me money, you will be the one who was there for me when I was down. Beryl, how are you doing?
Oh, Pipita, thank you very much. I'm fine, thank you. How are you guys? How are you, Justice? Pipi, I have a question. All of a sudden now we believe that the parliament is working. And all of a sudden the parliament is going to be present for a stupid deal that we're not interested in. All of a sudden, we're interested in what the parliament is doing. We are not realizing that right now, our parliament is not actually working for us, but is working for the president. That Mutisio man that tabled the bill, is that somebody's dog barking or what? Is that somebody that has been used? Are we interested with this shit? And if you underline everything that this guy has tabled, there's a lot of gray hair. You don't want to work. You don't want to agree with the deals that I'm offering. You want to question everything. You cannot work. So if you cannot dance the music, then you're all out. What are we being told here? What are we being told in black and white? So right now, the parliamentarians are very present to table a motion and to execute it. Shame on them, man, shame on them. And now to the king that is now naked, because actually the king is naked. And why do I say the king is naked? With the current status of the country, with the current situation, you cannot sit back and listen to this rubbish going on and you're not stopping it. Exactly the same thing that you did during the finance bill. You wait for the pressure to mount and then you want to act after it's already escalated and it's out of the way. What is it you're being told? This guy has things that he knows. He's actually like holding a middle finger that you fuck me, I fuck you up. Forgive my F word. We're not interested with this right now. We're having a crisis in education. We have a crisis in the health department. We have a crisis with the university. And then you're bringing us some shrewd things to table for us. And then that stupid parliament wants to sit. And then you're telling us tomorrow is the D-Day. Everyone, all the bloggers and all idiots that think that they're working for one man. These people, they work for Kenyans. They're not working for that man. That man was voted by these people that voted for him. I didn't vote for that guy. Now, all of a sudden, everywhere is working because you want to oust out a deputy, because you cannot listen to the music that is being played. The drum is beating so fast. And you cannot have a country that the president, the parliament is working for the president. The parliamentarians are supposed to work for the people. Even that president should be questioned by the same parliament. The Mutisio man is just a bait. We're not interested in all this. Tell us of the critical issues we're discussing. So right now we are all sitting here wondering what the parliament is going to do tomorrow. When we needed the parliament, they were not there for us. We are choked with everything. Every bill is choking us to the throttle just because this stupid parliament cannot work. And then right now they're all stamping their chest. They're telling us they're going to oust this guy out. Is that really our key problem right now? What's our key problem right now as Kenyans? This is totally hogwash. We need the entire thing out. You people cannot deliver within 2 years. We cannot stomach each other because one is stealing more than the other. We're not interested in who is stealing. We're interested in what are you doing for Kenyans? Who is stealing how much is none of our business. You coming out to table for us your financial issues, that's not, we don't want to listen to that. And from the listening, if you can, you read in between the lines, you're telling us that you refuse some of these things, and that's why you're being ousted out. And it's practical because when you're making noise the loudest, why are you shouting? Because you're being ignored, because you're not dancing the tune that they want you to dance. At whose cost? It's at our cost. So we cannot sit here and say that we're waiting for parliaments tomorrow. We're being hypocrites. These parliamentarians, we've been waiting for them to act out. They've never done nothing. Come on, guys, we can't forget so fast. This parliament is first of all supposed to be dissolved because they're not working. They're only serving their interests. And this guy is telling us here in black and white that these people are serving their interests. What are we doing to ourselves? It's a total mess. And the moment we're going to a parliament that is working for the president, we're talking about dictatorship. Those are dark days for Kenya. We cannot question the ban. How? The people who question him, they're being ousted out. How? And why? And then now all of us today, we're having expectations from the parliament. Come on, PP. Let's not forget. We've all been here. That's all in my input, because we're forgetting so fast. And this guy is telling us in black and white, I've not been dancing this music. That's my submission. We forget so fast.
Okay, but I want to say I don't think kama kuna mtu amesema kwamba we have any hope in parliament. Personally, there is no I hold little to no expectation of bunge. Yeah, I have little to no expectation of bunge. So yeah, we've been new. We just saw it, and somebody has also mentioned it on the comment section. Yeah, that we do not have any expectation of that. Thanks so much, Beryl, for that. I'm gonna go to Jungle. Hey, Jungle bana, siku nyingi mzee.
How are you doing?
Thank you bana. Nilisafiri niko Chinko. It's very early in the morning. Mnanisikia kweli?
Nakusikia bro.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone. I think I'll take this chance to speak and express a few things from what we've watched. For me, it's a new dawn, and I like the way everything is unfolding. First of all, I'll have to say that everything takes time, and time is gradual. We cannot do everything at the same time, no matter how much sad and mad we might be. So tunaweza kasirika kwamba tuseme hatutaki kusikia anything, these people should go home, but there are procedures because ikiwa vitu if things will actualize themselves the way we want, then we shall not have an existing of a country called Kenya. So I will stick to what you have written, the resignation, and I've done a few observations. And from my observation, I'll introduce my topic saying that Riggy has come in the persona of John the Baptist and in disguise. So John the Baptist has come to prepare the way for us. We should not blame him. We should be so happy that we are getting to get some light. And I'm liking the resilience and the power in this guy. I used to think that he's a coward actually, and he's a fool. So in my expectation, I thought that he would resign with the cause that I had not gone through the impeachment motion. Mpaka senye amemaliza kusoma hii, amemaliza briefing yake, then I've gone to walk through on what has been written. I've just heard that the process is political, so I tend to believe that politically he'll be crucified in the National Assembly and in the Senate. And you have to remember that John the Baptist his head was cut off anyway. But it was the ushering of a new space. The deliverance came from him. The reason nasema hivyo, this guy has decided to work on the philosophy of kufa dereva kufa makanga. So he is going to move with Ruto head to head. If at all he'll be impeached successfully in the two parliaments, I tend to believe that the court will uphold his position, and we shall be having lots and lots of revelation of the deals. I think the bitterness from Riggy comes from the fact that he holds a bigger position, but he eats less. So hajakuwa na uwezo wa kukula kama kina Kimani Ichung'wah, because I sat somewhere with somebody and I just realized that all the roads that are being constructed in Murang'a are being handled by Ndidi Nyoro. And if you go to the websites to have a look at the roads that are being constructed, utapata in central Kenya, Murang'a ndio imefanyiwa the biggest allocation. I think that was in May, because I also had an interest to bring some Chinese company to do roads. So in reference to that, I highly believe that we are on the right course. And I know that somebody can have as many companies as your network is. There's no crime Riggy having so many companies. If you got a bigger business network, you'll have to register so many companies. However, we leave that case of the companies and monies and buying of other things to the court of law. Whatever we are interested in is the expose. Hii expose ndio itakana to propel to the next level, because it's an advantage. For me, I tend to desire that Riggy asitolewe nje. He should fight from inside, so that they have to rub their shoulders throughout. That will propel our momentum. We shall get more revelation, and we shall also be in a position to reorganize ourselves. For example, if Riggy is pulled out now, he will not be able to give other related information, because there's so much that is going on yenye angetoa in future. But if he survives, I highly know the Shah thing will not sail through. The Adani deal will not see the light of the day. So for me, it's not about the impeachment. For me, it's about the expose. the process that will be done in Kenya. Kenya is a country that has never been governed by the law, especially with the rich. The law only applies to the poor because you cannot defend yourself, you cannot hire a lawyer, and therefore anything can happen to you. After all, it's just you and your God. But so far, I want to beg a few people from the Murima. I know Rigiji has come with the image of tribalism, and also this will go to the people of the Rift Valley. And at the same time, Baba was mentioned. I want to beg us that we are the new face. Let us not be entangled into this tribal thing. Because as at now, I know the Murima has unified, solidified, and it might ruin our move. The same way the Rift Valley and the same way Nyanza, because I know Baba was mentioned. He's got some quarters into the government and the Rift Valley as the head. So the youth, let us be focused. If we can have a space to reorganize ourselves and formulate a move on how we can take over. I know many of you here have got potential to take positions from the MCA women rep. As we think of ushering in a new constitution or then having a referendum, we should always position ourselves. But as at now, I can see all MPs from Central Kenya going home. The Rift Valley will maintain theirs. I can see many from Western going home. So these are positions that we are supposed to occupy. Having said that, I think let us enjoy the play. We have a very nice play at hand, also to learn, to educate others, and also to understand that the political world in Kenya has never favored the weak and the commoners. Thank you so much.
Amason Kingi is my favorite type of negotiator. Amason Kingi went to bunge Fabish, akaulizwa wakiwa pale hivi Berlin conference. Unajua kulikuwa na Berlin conference ile waliambiana 1000 roads ziende huko hivi kwa Waluya wa Western wapate 1000 of bitumen, watu wa Murang'a wapate barabara mingi za Mau roads. I don't even know what those are. All this time barabara ya Nakuru Nairobi, the most busiest highway, Mombasa Nairobi, still single carriageway. Wale watu wenye wametumia hiyo barabara mpaka Machakos Junction, they know there is a very big difference when that road becomes one. But anyway, so Amason Kingi akaulizwa, ndugu yangu, wewe unatoka pwani, watu wa Northeastern wamesema wanataka maji, wewe unataka nini? Akasema wachani hiyo 30% sijui mnapatiana huko hivi, just me.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
Eje mimi saa zingine mimi naangalianga hivi watu wa Uswahilini coast na realize
Pipita inaluma sana sababu ule Amazon King ametoka kwetu
Kilifi.
Na nilipigana na yeye mwaka wa 2014 hapo vibaya sana hata na Owen mbaya. Unajua yani pale alipochaguliwa kama governor wa Kilifi alikuwa anaishi Nyali. Kumbuka wewe ni governor wa Kilifi alafu unaishi Mombasa County kwanza, na akanunua nyumba ya 400 million. Sasa tukakuwa tunajiuliza, yani president wa Kenya alafu unaenda kuishi Uganda, na aliishi hivyo mpaka akamaliza term yake. Haya, sasa alipomaliza akaenda akatengeza chama, akaja akaambia Wakosti kwamba saizi tuko na chama yetu ya kubageni. Basi watu wakamwamini, anaenda kabageni. Sasa kwenda kubageni ati amekaa Lancaster, wacha hata tuseme Berlin, Lancaster. Akaulizwa sasa, Wakosti nikipewa mimi washakula. Nikipewa mimi washakula. Nipate mimi tiyo speaker. Nasikitika kusema kweli Pipita, yani na majonzi.
Right, is still my favorite negotiator. Bwana siku hizi, kwa nini kama watu ni wajinga tu, jitetee na utoke hapo bana we. Alafu najua there was also something that I also noted. Uh, he runs the hotel industry in Nyeri, bwana Riggs. But yes, while we are at it, acha mimi kwanza nipewe bwana speak. Sasa kuna watu kumbe wananiangalia hivyo wanasema pipi nipe tu speaker tu mimi mwenyewe. Hawa wengine hawajali. Luka bin Matoke, habari yako?
Habari sana, habari yako tena Pipi?
Njema kabisa ndugu yangu.
Ni mzuri. I've been listening. I watched the whole of that address by the DP. It was exactly 2 hours and 10 minutes. And in those 2 hours and 10 minutes, I discovered Kenyans are taking these things seriously. But I wish it was, we were taking other things seriously, and like this, this clown show that is happening. At one point, I was watching it on Citizen TV's YouTube channel. There were 200,000 people watching live. I've never seen such figures. And I'm sure people were watching on other channels as well. People are watching on free TV. Others were following online, and others were listening on the radio. All I can say, the case for this guy is sealed. Because they just need one thing to pin him down, and they are done away with him. He tried to explain himself. He said of things like, his brother, things that his mother owned. But if you look at the allegations, he was accused of amassing 5.2 billion shillings right from the time he took the deputy presidential oath up to today. That is according to capitalfm.co.ke, their website. They have said that. And from the things he was saying about this is owned by so and so, this is this way, this is this way, these I got from a brother, those figures were not adding up to that figure of 5.2 billion shillings. So I think they are going to use this to pin him down, and he'll be gone. And remember, Parliament, as someone said, Parliament and the Senate, they are praise and worship your William Ruto. So they're going to do whatever William Ruto tells them. So, and other allegations like, he was involved in that fighting of the illicit brew and is it drugs? This one, in whatever way it was done, I think it was for the good of the public. So hiyo sioni kama it account. At some stage I was watching, it was like he became emotional, maybe because he was speaking about his late brother. That one is understood. Some point he was seeking sympathy by saying his sons are being attacked and all that. And then at some stage I would see his face, it was like he was about to cry. Maybe it has to do with the remembrance of his late brother. We're so sorry for that. And then towards the end, he became energetic, if you realize, like when he said bold that, oh, I'm not resigning. So he became bold. And then as he was ending, he started now to air the government's dirty linen in public. For the very first time, we saw him condemn the kidnappings. Is it the kidnappings? There's something he condemned, and for sure now we can agree that. So these things have been happening. The government is aware. They have just been pretending. And then he mentioned their done deal, and then he finished at that. And he also mentioned about the money that is being lost through corruption. So what does this say? These two elephants are fighting. And when the elephants are fighting, it's the grass that is going to suffer. We, the common mwananchi. So I'm seeking that you and me, we leave this fight to them, because it's them. They're kicking out one of the worst one among them. And this story reminds me of that story that is from Game of Thrones or A Song of Ice and Fire books. In book 3, this is where the trial of Tyrion happens, and Taiwan had prepared everything to work against Tyrion. And whatever the outcome that was going to come out in that trial, Tyrion was, scheduled to die. And Tyrion made sure that Taiwan went down. So we might see this scenario. This guy does not want to go down alone. He wants Ruto to go down as well with him. So the clown show has started. If this was the World Cup, we can say the first game has kicked off. Now we are past the group stages. Now we are going to the knockout stages. So expect a lot of drama tomorrow as they go to parliament to do this impeachment and whatever things, and until they finally come through. We might see a court case if they finally end up impeaching him. So things are muddy. And yeah, the fight is on. These two guys are really fighting. And I think maybe ni kama ile case tu ya Ruto na Uhuru. Maybe at some point walikosana na makosa yao ilikuwa in such a way that kila mtu anajua kuna makosa and no one can reveal to the public what has happened. So this is, I see it's the same scenario. Ni kama these guys, they were dividing something, waka disagree. So after they disagreed, now wakaamua nao kuangushana. Yeah, na kuangushana inaendelea. So we sure that Rigath's case is now done. Parliament is going to do whatever it's been told by their puppet master. They will make sure this guy is out and gone. And as this guy gets out, he is going to make sure Ruto gets out as well. If not, Ruto gets out, he's going to make sure that he exposes all the dirty deals this government has been doing. And who knows, we might even start to know what happened in the last election. We might know about the things like the server, what happened to the server. So it's a good moment for us, to know what has really been happening in this government. This is not a good government, and I'm happy that now things are being revealed. So my prayer to me and to you, my friends listening, is once this guy is out, we go for the top guy, because hatuwezi ngoja hadi 2027. So sasa the main obstacle we have is IEBC. IEBC needs to be reformed, and sijui mbona ni kama this is the reason they don't want to form it, because they know once we have IEBC in place, we can easily get into an election and choose new people to represent us. So it's a circus. It's a circus. The circus is happening. More is going to happen tomorrow. Ebu, let's watch and see what happens. My appeal to you again, my brothers and sisters as Kenyans, please to remain peaceful. This thing might escalate into, fights between communities, but I wish we don't get to that level. Let's remain as friends. You need me, Pipita. I need you, Pipita. We need each other in this, because Kenya is very important than any one individual. Yeah, thank you. Good night. That was my submission. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Luka Matoke, for that submission. And of course, as you have said, let us preach peace. Every time, every moment you have a chance to talk about something, let us talk about peace. And of course, let us not be ignorant arguers that say, oh, unajua, it didn't happen, it happened. Let us also be alive to the fact and also use history as a lesson and not use it as a beacon. Hey, jana, nimekuwa wise ama ninja? Hebu acha tumsikie kutoka kwa Bwana Edwin, then Apapa. Edwin.
Yes, good evening,
Good evening.
Pipita. Nakuambia sarakasi za Kenya. Kenya hii yenyewe mtu alisema ni crime scene. Yani, okay, as I was listening to the deputy president at first you'd see that alikuwa anaonyesha ni dalili ni kama mzee mwenye ako ready kulia nini, but wakati alikuwa anaingia ndani ya hizo details zote, you'd realize that this guy is not genuine as the other speakers have said. And honestly, huyu jamaa I think hata hao manini journalist wangemuuliza huyu jamaa hizi properties na hizi mali zenye anaongelea kwanza ameziacquire for how long? Hii pesa amepata aje? Because that's where we go wrong as a country. Most of these politicians, you find people are being elected while they don't have anything. Another thing is this guy alikuwa wakati wa Moi, alikuwa M1, alikuwa dio. Ukiangalia salary yenye huyu jamaa alikuwa anapata na hiyo duration yenye amekuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki and all these things, yani huyu jamaa anatubeba tu ufala. Let us tukubali tu wa Kenya kwamba sisi tutakuwa tumebeba ufala na wama politicians, na sio mara ya kwanza, and is not going to be the first and the last person. But one thing I'm happy about the whole scenario, this event ni kwamba at the end of the day we are going to see something coming out of this. Na in fact hata wacha wapigane kabisa, but wapigane na huyu jamaa akae tu hapo ndani, apiganie hapo ndani vile tu wase wamesema tu hapo hivyo tu. Jamani, one idiot mwenye lazima ata reveal vitu mob sana, na tukienda tu kiukweli, kama huyu jamaa hizi vitu zenye accused of, ukweli tu ni kwamba hata kama ameiba kiasi gani, lazima tu number one naye pia ndiye amekula mzuri. That is known to everybody. This guy ana left right center, kama si mashamba, kama si manyumba, kama like almost everywhere tunajua huyu jamaa mkono yake iko. Haya, when we come to what will happen to parliament tomorrow, I think ni hii kitu ni kama iko tu sealed tayari. These parliamentarians, they're going to make sure that they're going to get rid of this guy iliwe liwalo, but pia ni njia nzuri sana, because once we are done with this guy, number one pia tunataka tumwende. All said and done, time will tell. Asante sana Pipita.
Thank you so much, have a great one as well, brother Edwin. Haya, hapa bwana, uko aje?
Niko salama sana Pipita, how are you?
I'm good.
Thank you. Now, my point is this. First of all, I never expected that the truthful man will resign, and I don't expect him to resign, and I don't want him to resign. And these are my reasons. It's because huyu jamaa akienda, I don't see how it is beneficial to us, because it is not by our making. That is a scheme by Ruto. If at all he's meant to go, it is basically because it is a scheme choreographed by Ruto for Ruto's own interests. You know, Ruto might only be trying to align himself for 2022 or 2032. So that is his scheme. So akienda, to me, I feel it will be more disadvantageous to us, because just like what happened after the appointment of the Kina Joho and Wandai, our movement was almost being neutralized, sababu watu walianza kusherekea mtu wetu. Now, when it comes to appoint the deputy president after Rigathi leaves, it will be more disastrous. So he'll go in for a very influential person or influential community to appoint one of them, and that will be a blow to us. So to me, it is just good for that guy to be there, waendelee kupigana for the remaining 3 years, endelee to reveal everything about the government to our advantage. Now, the next thing, I think, looking at him from the way maybe he was countering the allegations, to me, I can give it maybe 85 to 90% honesty in the way he was responding to those allegations. And yeah, I felt he was being truthful actually. And then Malipia alikuja kunifurahisha. Yeah, his advice to, although he is one man also who is very clever, he still addresses his boss with respect, hata kama anamtackle, but sio direct vile Ruto alikuwa ana tackle Uhuru. He's a bit clever in doing that, but then he was advising him and the parliamentarians on how they should be doing their things. For example, right now, he said they're giving priority to things that do not matter. That was good for me. And then pia akamwambia, like when they were making the argument kwamba tukipanga tufanye hiki, let us keep to that. So meaning there are so many things which actually Ruto is ignoring, or Ruto doesn't want to implement out of the things which they agreed while taking power. So he's actually showing us that the problem is Ruto. And for the crisis you're having as a country, it is because of Ruto's undoing. So to me, that was a plus from him. And then the last one, there's a speaker by the name Grace, I believe. Kuna kitu alisema and I felt it's a bad habit from us Kenyans. Alisema he has only come to get concerned about the doings of the government when she started paying rent and the steamer bills. That is when she began being bothered about the government. You know, it means we as Kenyans, for as long as something doesn't affect us directly, then we have no business knowing what it is all about. You know, uko kwa nyumbako usiku wa manane, you hear a neighbor's door being banged, but you don't even bother to wake up, peep through the window to know what is happening, just because you are very sure that it is not on your door. That's very unfortunate. And that is why we are not united as a people. We can't go on the streets as a people. We can't raise voices as a people, because what my neighbor is going through doesn't affect me, because my life is going on very well. So that's very unfortunate. So guys, that's all I had. Thank you so much, Peter, and all the listeners. Good night, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon.
Asante sana. Nimesikia Jango ako good morning saizi. Anyway.
Saini 4:30.
Hey, mzee, ndio maana sina listeners
Nataka
kutoka China bwana.
nataka niende Hong Kong usiku. Unashangaa nitalala.
Ala, mtu wangu. Sasa unajua kuongea Kichinku?
Nilisoma huku, nimekaa huku miaka 9.
Wewe nani mwenyeji huku? Anyway, wasalimia
Jango,
watu. Shao
Jango.
Yes.
Ni hao.
Ni hao ni zai na hali.
Woi, shifa mi.
Uliza jifala meyo.
Duolingo hii kweli? Hiyo haiwezi kuwa Duolingo. Hebu semeni mnafanya kazi gani nyinyi? Hiyo haiwezi kuwa Duolingo, we Fabish. Anyway, let us hear from Eric Atitu. Eric, are you there? Leo mmenifanya ni work overtime. Hata kama ni punishment ya kutohost show weekend bwana. It's too much. Eric ni kama atupati. General China, talk to me, then I go back to Fabish and Justice for All to hear the opinion from the listeners. And of course, you can request the microphone. We have about 30 minutes before we call it a night here on Home Run with PP. Generally.
Yes, thank you for the chance. Sometimes I always start talking when I'm so emotional mpaka napotezwa, but now I've cooled down. But one thing we just have to agree as a movement, like let us not, as much as these people are fighting their own battles, like to see later like it is affecting our movement. Our movement, we need to be firm. Like if you start something, you just need to be firm. You don't need to get an excuse that this one has affected this in whichever way. Because me, I've followed the whole speech of this guy, the way he was expressing himself, so much sympathetic, like he was seeking sympathy from all corners. But it's good with the Kenyan politics. That's how they do it. But me according to me, there's nothing I'm feeling for him at all. Like everything he has said. With us, we need just to bank on, as much as watu wamesema pia support that one, that let them continue fighting. Let them continue fighting. But me, I will propose that if one person goes on impeachment and he goes home, then the script, people will start reading the script from the different perspective. But as much as we are saying they keep on fighting because we are not even sure what tomorrow will bring. We don't know what will be discussed tomorrow in the parliament, what they will agree on for him to decide that today is the day he has to reveal everything. It can change. It can actually bring a big change to the MPs there because we understand how each and every person you understand the person you elected there. Because me, I understand. Like me, I'm very pretty much sure of someone I elected. Like my MP's Jalango. I know right now he's crying in the house. According to this speech he has had today, Jalango is actually crying because there's a lot of things he understand. He doesn't he himself. He can't understand that I understand as a voter at Langata constituency. So it will depend with each and every MP tomorrow, the way he will address himself. Today he has tried to be much sympathetic. Tomorrow maybe he might shed tears in the parliament. People might Jalango might shed tears with him there tomorrow in the parliament. So we just live to wait. Tomorrow we see what will go on. But me, I always just maintain my stand. I just want these guys to go home. Me, I always just need, like in my life, I always just need a progress that if you want this mountain to come down, if you see one stone rolling down and there's a bigger one still being held up there, but just having a small support system at the below level, you pray that even the stones at the below level can fall so that everything can fall down. So me, if this guy goes down tomorrow, I'm very much optimistic that the same people who have propagated this are the same people who will feel that the guys at the top there also need to go home. And that will be my joy because me, what I need here is a revolution. I don't need these people. I just need to find like these people are at home, and the president is at home, the deputy is at home, that we start dealing with these MPs who have been playing lullabies at the parliament because they feel protected. They always know that there's no, even if you start signing bills across the constituency, you can never make it. They are much confident. That is why they always do whatever they want to do because they take advantage of us. But we believe that if these two guys fall, with them they're just scarecrow that are put there to scare the birds in the wheat field. So even them they love to fall. So I'll just leave it by there. Tomorrow is when the discussion will start. Today is just the start. Is that the kicking point? Is now when we are putting the fire, but the fire will be now lit by tomorrow. So let's wait and see how it will happen. But my dream and what I pray for, that one person, if one person falls by tomorrow, I'll be optimistic that our movement is heading somewhere because it will be like a shake. Itakuwa ni ile kuguza, alikuwa amesema tusiguze pale, but itakuwa ni kuwaguza sasa au waanguke wote. That's the end of my submission for tonight. I wish everyone a good night till we meet tomorrow for tomorrow's conversation. The same as
All right. Thank you so much, General China. Of course, you've been with me here since 4 p.m. Guys, I've been live for the past 8 hours. My God, my wand. Anyway, I see we have MC Tosh who has joined us. I want to hear from MC Tosh. MC Tosh. Ama ni Mark Tosh. Najua majina ni ngumu bwana. Tosh, are you there? Unmute your mic and talk to me.
Yes, yes. Good evening to you, fellow Kenyans.
Good evening.
This evening I'm kind of happy. At least this man is exposing some rotten things in the government, and I feel that if he has to go, let them all go home. That would do us a favor. Juu hakuna, wacha tuseme like kufa ndereba kufa makanga, and then these people are not doing us well. To be honest, hawa watu wanafaa kwenda nyumbani wote. These people are collapsed. That is what I have to say as of now. This is a revolution. I mean, these people need to go home. Waende wote, hakuna mzuri kwa wote. In as much as this man is seeking our sympathy, at the end of the day, hakuna mzuri kwa wote.
Alright. Asante sana kwa hiyo submission yako Gitonga. Justice for all, maybe as we are coming towards the tail end of the show. maybe what can you tell me is your expectations tomorrow? You have seen the deputy president has decided to explain himself via the public opinion court. Do you think that is going to change the outlook of tomorrow?
Thank you, PP. Again, I think for the last two submissions I made, you realized I was trying to make more of observations from how he made the presentation tonight, and of course tying in with the impression that presentation had on me, and try to make a little bit of a prediction what I think that prediction, whatever that presentation is going to, how it's going to impact tomorrow's conversation. I think one of the key things that I'll say is that, in my opinion, whoever advised him, coached him, wrote all those responses for him, he did one of the best responses I have seen in a political field. And this is really not just within our country, but even outside, because he really did an excellent job in balancing quite a number of things. Maybe if Jeka can mute, then Jeka, you can mute.
Okay, continue.
Okay. All right. So, and I think you've seen a lot of my observations. I will make two more, then I can answer your question. So, one of the other presentation that I thought was classical is his balance, and I think I talked about his balance between facts, emotions, and campaigning, and of course preemptive way of being able to run the narrative so that it doesn't come from somewhere else other than from him. So controlling the conversation, he really did. I mean, I'm telling you, in terms of communication, I think he did a phenomenal job. One of the observations, I think I was paying attention to minute things, is where he talked about one of the properties listed there was actually it was sold to him by an MP who actually signed for him to be impeached. I thought that was a very interesting example to bring in. I don't know if you caught that. And I was like, okay, look at this. And then the other example is also how he clearly and cleverly introduced himself that I am both Meru and Kikuyu. That was another excellent way of explaining a property. He was trying to explain a property that he owns in Meru, but he used that opportunity in a very clever way to talk about that I am not just a son of the Kikuyus. I'm also a Meru. So the championing of the Mount Kenya, where he really been against this issue of East and West, was important because he needs. He truly needs at least to convince a few people from both sides of, let's say, the mountain, so that it doesn't look like this mountain is just going to be a battle between Gachagua and Kindiki. So him introducing that is also to let other people feel that you are also represented in me. So the whole aspect of bring that out, and I bought this because that's my motherland, and I'm to build a house there because like it did. I mean, I'm telling you, you go back and watch his presentation, facts aside, movement aside, and all that, because you're gonna get this. But his evidential presentation, and talking about, we have this deposit in the Supreme Court, we have the bank statements to prove this. I've been paying this loan, and we have bank statements to prove this. And then he also answered a question that one of the gentlemen talked about here, that he accumulated this wealth when he's in power. In fact, he did a fantastic job of trying to explain some of this business that he has owned prior to even being in politics, leave alone being a deputy president, even prior to being an MP. So listing this was registered this year, this is this. And again, to answer a question to one of listeners that talked about how you can have those many companies, I'm telling you, it's easy. I think some of us already have companies that are so dormant that honestly do nothing because we wanted to register this, and then they keep asking you, you have to state the purpose for this business. So when you want to venture into something else, you register a new one. It's so common. That one I wouldn't find a person of his stature, and of course with having some of them being in the names of the spouse, and others are part of a group, others in the names of the sons. I don't find that unusual at all, and I don't find that illegal in any way, if everything is in good standing. I feel like we are going to have, even if at the end of the day the motion goes through, I feel like we are going to have more MPs who are going to be on Gachagua's side than we think. Because having listened to this, people already they're searching their hearts and asking themselves, what kind of chaos are we trying to throw the country into? Because folks, don't forget that, yes, as much as we talk about that's one person out, but that's one person out, but empowering a worse person. Because this is purely an empowerment of Ruto. If Gachagua is impeached, is out, we have simply empowered him and gave him the power, more power with somebody who cannot question him. He's going to probably appoint somebody who's going to be a yes sir person. Where does that leave us? Now, so I'm thinking that today's presentation, it really, even talking about the losses in the family, dying of, whether it's drugs and alcohol, or whether it's losing the brother, which he invoked his name frequently, though respectfully, and the parents and all that. And I thought that really is how you balance between politics and humanity, touching the human side of the Kenyan people. I felt like that was interesting. What did he do again? He made sure that he talked about what you people were supposed to get in your areas. But these leaders up here, they never negotiated for you. They negotiated for themselves. And then he was talking about how the Western were negotiated for 30%, even though they were supposed to bring 70%, which they never brought. That was a joke, used very well, a little bit good use of humor at that point. But I think it's going to be a little different than we expected. Contrary to what most of our people here are talking about, I am starting to be at a very high percentage that this motion will not pass in the Senate. But on a personal level, I don't think he should be impeached. I do not see how it's serving our purpose, our movement, and how it's serving the country. I don't see any pathway that this is good for the movement, this is good for the country, and this is good for stability. And for that reason, I honestly wish it doesn't go through. Then we go back to have a situation where we were between the so-called Nusumukati, between Raila and Kibaki. Work was done because we had people checking on each other, making sure that ukienda hivi nitakusema, ukienda hivi nitakusema. So we ended up having the most productive government, though publicly out there kulikuwa na makelele, but in the real sense, I felt like work was done more because they tried to balance in terms of not being the same people who can still together. But moving forward with the kind of trauma that is going to come out, having been exposed, and his children, I mean, if whatever Gachagua brought out today is truly honest, this gentleman who drafted the motion, whoever did that, need and must come out and apologize because, okay, okay, I'll see you guys later. Sorry. Yeah, so sorry about that. So that was my nephew going to the garden. So my final answer will be that if this is not in the name of Gachagua, listing some of even ministries that are listed there under the wife and the wife's groups and all that, which are doing ministry work, without doing due diligence to see exactly what is the correlation. Unless they show us tomorrow, I'll find that somebody needs to come out and apologize, to be honest, because I wouldn't want my family to be drawn into my political theatrics and stuff like that, unless there is any link. That's what I'll say. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that justice for all. Nimeona mtu ameona ukweli, nitaenda nyumbani bila kitu akaniwekea 100 bob. Asante sana Maina for that. Ingia pale hivi juu kwenye tip ja line 0721948229 uliangushe kitu ya kusupport show yetu. The lights are kept on by that support and of course the independence of thought. Otherwise tungekuwa hapa hivi tukisifu mtu. I like that about me. I hate politicians naturally. Yeah, so yeah, there is that. Fabish, nimekuona ukireact when Justice was talking. That was a masterclass in terms of communication. That is one thing I've seen many people talk about. It has been a masterclass. Like Atta Hussein Mohammed cannot spin like that. We have seen him. We have seen his speeches after June 25th. Nane all this time he does not possess the game. Sijui alitoa nani kwa hiyo team, lakini hiyo team ya Rigiji was masterful. Wali handle, alafu uli realize the moment alitaka kwenda off script venye unajua yule jamaa wa Citizen alimtrigger. You know, they wanted him to go off script and off boy was he about to ndo baadaye akakuja akamwambia toka.
That guy our Citizen is doing very well.
Yeah,
you know, he cornered Ruto when Ruto came to the US. The guy cornered him so bad right in front of the international media, and I was like, oh, this is really painful. So I feel like the guy is really doing a good job. The other thing that I felt like Gachagua didn't do a good job is when he was given a glass. This is just an aside. When he was given a glass of water, you know, I think it would have been courteous for him to say thank you. Man, it really did. I was like, okay, this is a very easy gesture here. A ladies brought the water there very nicely.
Ajali bwana, wewe ni dio. Unasema unataka DC akwambia asante. Wewe acha bwana. Fabish, huyu ni mtu amezoea kuambia watu toka hapa. Anyway, what are your thoughts, Fabish, on this?
Yeah, kwanza my thoughts, I want to agree with the sentiments of Justice kwamba you know, the old submission, I tell you, yani, he was able to dissect word by word. You know, literally he killed that bill instantly. But of course, there are other challenges that I noticed there. Kwanza, first, you know, when he started by presenting himself as an orphan, someone who he lost his father, he lost his mom, he lost, I think, 3 of his brothers. So now he was bringing a picture that he wanted a country to see him as someone who is by himself. So he was trying to cut off the family so that you understand that, you know, whatever is supposed to take cross is by himself. That was before. Now he dwelled on, you know, on the issues and separate those business entities from the family. But the interesting part, and where I see tomorrow it will bring a big contention, is about the Treetop Hotel, Nyeri, because that facility is owned by KWS. And KWS is a public entity. So, and how his son Keith managed to, or I think both of them, you know, to bid and secure that lease is something that I know many lawyers will need to battle, because as a public, property supposed to have undergone, you know, the Public Procurement Act in terms of, tendering and advertisement. So I know that will be a really, really bone of contentions tomorrow. But on these other things, I want to say that the mover of the bill he did a very shoddy job. He should be ashamed of himself. Can you imagine that you just go? Ati sijui alikuwa na Google ama alikuwa anatumia inaitwa nini chat GB kwenda kutafuta companies ambayo iko associated na Rigathi Gachagua without doing due diligence, uangalie even if these companies are still existing, are they still active? So I think many of the things he was able to dissect. The only thing that I see that it will bring problem is that one. And another thing that I'm expecting to the show of tomorrow is about, I know the lawyers will be battling with the speaker because the speaker have give out some utterances of late that show partiality, and even the deputy speaker. So I know first maybe they will battle for almost maybe 30 minutes at least to asking the speaker and the deputy to recuse themselves so that they can get a neutral speaker that can be able to, moderate without showing partiality. So, yeah, but I think to me, personally, I want to say I support, irrespective, I support the impeachment, and I feel like he should be impeached, but not at the lowest level. I would expect at least maybe in the court or the court of appeal, at least so that we can be able, to get more things coming out. But to me, if Rigathi is impeached, then at least we are remaining with Ruto, that he will be a bit weak, and he will be now, having enemies. Rigathi as his enemy, and our movement on the other side as his enemy. So, in one way or the other, impeachment will favor us. It depends on how we see it, but in two dimensions, I can tell you that it will favor us and it will weaken Ruto. But for if indeed the Senate will be, do diligence enough, I don't think that this bill is capable of holding in the waters. Thank you.
Umemaliza Fabisha ama umetupwa nje?
No, nimemaliza.
Haya, asante sana for that. Naona tumebaki na Kalenjeka. How are you? Unmute your microphone, Kale. Okay, Kale ameenda. Sioni hao watu wengine. Kuna watu wamekuwa request microphone na siwaoni. I don't understand what is going on with this thing. But also at this wakati kona watu wengi, it always does that. It always drops people. Anyway.
Kuna moja anakuja anaitwa Brian what? Brian King.
Brian King.
Brian.
Brian. Hebu tueleshe Brian King Dizo. Brian, are you there?
Yeah. And as Brian comes in, PP and Fabish, there's also one other observation I made. I think that's the only one left on my list. I'm sure you've caught it, and it's okay. Brian, go ahead. I'll come in later. Brian, go ahead.
Just continue. I'm doing something.
Okay, so I was addressing the issue of, and I don't know if you guys understood. I don't know if you guys understood the reason behind, and he started it about 2-3 days ago, but he really executed again today, that he has told even his sons not to do business with government. Now, let me try to interpret the wisdom behind that statement. Remember recently, one of the dailies ran a story outlining how much Western Hotel has done business with the government, how much they have gotten. And you see that Ruto's hotel, right? And then we've been struggling in the parliament to deal with the issue of the conflict of interest bill. about doing business with government, TV and government, and things like those. And that's something that is a big conversation of things that we are trying to push for. So what really this guy is trying to tell us that if this impeachment proceeds, once it gets to that critical point, is going to expose people who are actually have taken government tenders and who are doing business with government. And guess who is going to be chief in this? None other than Ruto. When you start seeing this kind of conversation taking this direction, then you realize that the issue of spilling the beans, it is going to be. Nakumbuka ile ya Wetangula alisema if they are going to, if ODM they were going to kick him from being the leader of minority in the Senate, this divorce is going to be messy. Now, this one of Gachagua and Ruto is going to be messier, like really, really, really bad. And that is why I don't know. I agree with Fabish to 99% of the views he holds. The one I need to be convinced maybe in the next day or so, maybe before it's done tomorrow, is how is the impeachment of Gachagua good for the movement? How? I wish I can understand that.
Okay, I think we have lost the two guys who are about to speak to us. But yeah, the real story will come out tomorrow. We'll be here to watch it. Tutakuwa hapa hivi tuendelee.
Is there anybody who has responded? Have we gotten any response yet, whether from the move of the motion or any member of parliament? Do we have any responses out there?
I have not seen any. Have you?
No, I haven't seen yet. I haven't.
It looks like they have decided to respond on the floor of the house. Itakuwa tamu sana. And here on Home Run with People, we must be there. I don't believe that notion that politics is, we should leave these politicians to fight their wars. No. We have to be actively involved there. Yeah? We have to be actively involved. They want us to ignore them, but wao wanapata 150k shift. Sisi tunapata 2k. Come on, guys. Come on. Apapa, you're trying to say something?
No, I'm okay. I'm just listening to you, Peter.
Yeah. So I don't know if there is anybody who I'm leaving out. I've seen my guy Kim has tried to join. But ameshindwa, and also kina Victor. But tomorrow we'll be back here again for the same conversation starting 4 p.m. East African time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run with PP, comes to you each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. and on some special occasions midnight kama leo. Yes. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wanatusikiza. Home Run Pipi inasapotiwa na wewe msikilizaji. If you like what I'm doing, there is a number 0721948229 where you drop in your support. Sasa leo nimeona mmeita Morara Kebaso Zelensky. Hata nyinyi mnakuanga very fast for my liking. General China, I don't know if you have final sentiments for today. Maybe tell us the expectations for tomorrow. And maybe you can call it. Actually, it's today now because it's midnight. Yeah, so talk to me. Generali, unanisikia? I know.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, Pepita, just thank you for the time, for your time that you have sacrificed. We almost started this meeting at around 3 up to now. We thank you for your time. You have managed to share everything we had in mind. So I just want to ask each one of us that we also give him time to rest today, because it has been a long day, because we had also another like 2 hours listening period when our DP was talking. So let's wait for the big day tomorrow. Tomorrow I guess even it will be more busier than today. So let's just jog we have a good sleep, we take a good nap. For those people who came from work, you just have a good sleep, because tomorrow I guess it will be longer than today, because there will be a lot to talk about. So I thank you, Brother Pipita, for this. I thank you for the sacrifice you make to make sure that this happens. All this will not go unrewarded, and God is also there watching. He will always bless you. And one thing we are assuring you, that you must grow. There will be a time that we'll be talking here will be more than even 15,000. So all in all, we live in the hands of God, and we hope that everything will be okay. And we always believe that God always make it happen. So I wish everyone good night. May God give you good dreams. You wake up tomorrow. For those guys who will be waking up to go to job, energy, strength, focus, and everything as we wait for our tomorrow's conversation. So thank you, Pipita, for the chance.
Asante sana. Naona wameleta Shushu kutoka nyuma ya tent. Shushu, what do you have to say?
Vipi? Vipi,
Yes.
hata nilikuwa nataka kutoka. Unajua Gachagua, hata niliambia Fabish, Gachagua amekuwa na mission. Ukifuata from yesterday, wakati wanasema ati Gachagua alikuwa naomba msamaha. Gachagua kuomba msamaha, aliuliza kwa ngeli ya Kiswahili, ikiwa nilikukosea. You know, he was asking, ikiwa nilikukosea, naomba unisamehe. So this guy hakurespond Ruto. And today hiyo vitu amezungumza yote, ukianalyze, nimejua mambo ya law kidogo, sio sana, lakini ukianalyze there's some errors huyo mwenye alimove that motion alifanya. Kama hii plot Gachagua anasema alinunua 2 acres. Mahali huyo mtu anasema hiyo plot iko sio the right in any place mahali iko. Gachagua anasema hiyo plot iko area west, I don't know west whatever, na hii ingine anasema iko east. Hiyo ni error. Na unajua kwa kesi yote ukiweka error, ukitokea error inaharibu kesi hizo karibu zote. The other land alinunua wanasema ni 40 acres. Na Gachagua anasema hiyo land alinunua kwa MP ambaye aliweka sign akuwe impeached. It was that 5 acres. Na hiyo 2 acres alinunua sijui 3.5. So nimefuatilia sana vile Gachagua amekuwa akisema, na mimi sitaki Gachagua atoke. Hata kama wataimpeach yeye, Gachagua akae huko tu, tutapata mambo mazuri sana yenye tulikuwa tujui, kama hii ya Adani, kama hii ya SHA ya hospitali. And you remember wakati Gen Z waliandamana, Gachagua alipoenda Mombasa alizungumzia mambo ya huyu mtu ya anaitwa nani wa CID wa intelligence, akisema kwamba hakuwa na feed Ruto na maneno.
Nurdin
Haji akasema yeye kukutaja Haji, hata Ruto alikuwa akitaja wakati ile ingine. Yeye si makosa alifanya, ni maoni yake, na sheria ijemzuia yeye kutaja vitu kama hiyo. Akarudi akasema tulikataa, hata wakati nilikuwa Kasarani tukasema hamutasikia abductions pengine. Hii abduction inatoka wapi? Sijui wanajiita maspider, sijui wanajiita kwekwe, sijui wanajiita nani, wametokea wapi? Kumaanisha kwamba Ruto ana polisi yake kando ameunda, na mengi yatatokea. Mpaka uliona Gachagua alipokuwa akisema sijazungumza mambo ya share, akaanza kupiga binja hapo kama cowboy. Sababu uliona vile alikuwa very happy. Ana whistle tu vile alikunywa maji. Na whistle akatafuta akasema nimepata. Akasema hii mambo ya shareholder ilitoka, ndio hii imewekwa hapa share vile watagawana. Kazungumza vile Wetangula waligawana, walikuwa wapewe 70%, walileta 30. You see? So hawa waligawana hiyo 30, Wetangula na Mudavadi. Na mwenye alisign sio Gachagua, mwenye alisign ni president. So yeye hakuwa na hatia ya kusema shareholder, na kusema shareholder, hakusema shareholder ya Kenya. Alisema kwa chama wana share nini kwa chama. That's the time walichaja kina Kingi, kina Wetangula, kina nani wengine na wengine na kila chap hata alisahau. Na kuna wengine ambao hawakupata shares wana complaining mpaka saa hizi. So hiyo kitu wamesoma leo ni ya itatisha MPs wale wazili sign. Take my word. Kesho wabunge wanaweza kosa kwenda kwa parliament. Some of them ndio ikose hiyo 2/3. Na kama wataingia tu na watoto warudi waende. Otherwise voting huko itakuwa na shida sana. Na kama haitapita Senate. Senate wataangusha. Na Senate wasipoangusha inaangushiwa kwa court. Na huko wanasema impeachment haikufanywa vile inatakikana. That's why unaona Kawira Mwangaza hako. Impeachment ilifanywa haraka. Hiyo kwanza wanaenda mambo ya impeachment na hiyo koti ilisema vizuri sana. MP akae katika constituency na aeleze watu vile impeachment, vile hiyo makosa ilifanyika, afundishe watu. Hawakukaa huko, walitoroka wote. That's how Wambora alisurvive 3 times. So hata huyu atasurvive. Na akisurvive ndio sasa watafurugana vizuri, wakanyagane mpaka tuwa impeach wote. Lakini Gachagua akitoka mark my word, 7 years ndio Ruto atatoka kwa hiyo kiti. 7 years sababu hatuna IBC. Na nilisema Krigla alisema, commission ya Krigla ilisema hatuwezi constitute IBC kama tumebakisha 2 years. Na huko ndio Ruto anataka kuleta hiyo mpaka ifike huko. Tukibakisha 3 years utaenda constitute IBC, nani atakuwa anajua kufanya hiyo vitu? Hakuna mtu atakubali hiyo vitu. So wataenda 7 years kwa power. Na ndio unaona hata wabunge wanafurahia hiyo. Wacha Gachagua akae huko, wajaribu kumimpeach anguke, akae huko sasa ndio wako sana vizuri, ndio tuweze kupata maneno vizuri.
Wewe najua tumekutoa nyuma ya tenti hapa, lakini najua ni vizuri unakava hiyo maneno. Like, unasema nini ku 7 years? You lost me there.
Nasema ukifuata Krigla Commission ilisema hamwezi mka constitute IBC kama
that has nothing to do with our laws, so it doesn't hold. It's not a constitutional. It's a recommendation that we didn't even follow, even changing the laws. That was brought up when we were even making changes last time towards 2022, and we found out that it's not constitutional, so that doesn't change anything.
So we can constitute IBC hata kama tumebakisha 1 year.
Oh yeah. We even change electoral laws when we had even months to the elections. So which actually wasn't supposed to be the case. So that was a recommendation. Had it been adopted, we would be out of trouble, but it was never adopted. It's never. Those are like some of those commission reports.
What is the procedure to constitute IBC? What is the procedure?
Yeah, we will have the IBC, but the recommendation of 2 years to the election.
No, what is the
recommendation?
The procedure.
We already have a panel in place that has, I think, to interview the commissioners, and then so that's how the process begins.
But tuliambiwa by 1st of October.
Yes, we should constitute. Yes, we should constitute. But what I'm saying, Francis, we should constitute. But what I'm telling you is that the issue of the Krigla report, it's not part of our laws, and therefore we are not bad and bound by that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
problem. Ile Krigla alikuwa anasema problem ile itakuwa is that wale watakuja IBC constitute IBC kama bado 2 years kutengeneza hiyo kitu haraka. Unajua itakuwa na ile haraka kutengeneza, na inaweza kuleta issues ambazo sio mzuri. Inatakiwa watu wakiingia kwa katika IBC watengeneze polepole, walan vile jinsi ya kuendesha IBC, because huwezi toa kila mtu huko ni mpya, you know.
I think I think ile kitu Justice anajaribu kukuambia ni kwa yes, Kriegler alisema, lakini that was just a report which it has never been adopted. Yani unajua kuna ma reports nyingi Kenya tu nzuri kama ile ya Ndung'u, kama you know nyingi, lakini bado hatujaweza kuadopt, so haiko kwa sheria, lakini iko tu pale kama report.
It is true, lakini na yeye alikuwa akisema hivyo kwa sababu leo wewe Fabish ukiingizwa hapo kama bado 2 years ukiingizwa katika nini IBC utakuwa umelani hizo vitu zote. Hivyo ndio vile.
No, it's nothing to do with that. Hata unajua it's not about that. Hiyo ilikuwa recommendation. You don't justify that recommendation. There's a reason why it was not adopted. Don't justify it. It was ni kitu yenye hiyo, it's not a law, it's a recommendation from a report. How many reports have you met and how many have they been implemented?
Ebu Justice atuambie during Kenyatta election walienda mpaka 7 years. Justice, hebu tuambie what happened?
Which one ilienda mpaka 7 years?
Wakati Kenyatta aliingia kwa power.
Are you talking about the first Kenyatta?
Yes, first Kenyatta. I'm talking about Kenyatta, not Uhuru. Kenyatta. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what the law was saying then.
Because it was in 1963. They were supposed to fanya election 1966 hapo hivyo. But ilienda 7 years. The 7th year ndio walifanya election. Okay, go and find out. Utatuambia maybe kesho.
Lakini sasa unajua that was old constitution hata tujui kwamba walikuwa hata kulikuwa na election walikuwa wanafanya namna gani, ilikuwa ni mlolongo, ilikuwa so we cannot take that to judge.
Unajua Fabish, kulikuwa na fracas kama hizi unaona.
Lakini saa hizi constitution yetu hata ikiwa na fracas at least tuko na kitu ambao the dictates. I think ni vizuri kuwa tunakuwa tu factual. Maana sasa hivi tuko na the dictates, hata kama kuna fracas, kuna ma timelines, kuna nini, lazima tuwe na vile constitution nasema. Ile kitu moja tulikuwa nataka kusema Justice, sijui kama I think uli notice na Pipita na Shusho. Uliona Rigiji alimention chama ya Wetangula for a purpose, akamention ya Mudavadi for a purpose, akamention ya Kingi for a purpose, and then alimention the Communist Party, and even he did that I think 2 or 3 times. Do you think why do you think that the Communist Party had to be in that speech? Justice.
Who is in the Communist Party?
Okay, yeah, that is a good question now. Pipita.
Okay. Yeah.
Why did you think the DP mentioned Communist Party 3 times? What was he trying to communicate?
Hapo hiyo iko above my pay.
Because the one that I caught very strongly ni ile ya tip ya Kiunjuri na hakupata kitu. That one I caught it because it's in part of that continuation of that speech. Wakati alikuwa na mention hivi, alafu akasema ya Kuria na yeye akapewa kitu. Akifika ya Kiunjuri hakupata kitu. I want to hear about that Communist Party. Well, you were very keen on this.
Yes, the reason why I mentioned the Communist Party is because huyu boy anaitwa Bolu, that one that is affiliated with Baba, yende aliregister that Communist Party, na huyu Kasmuel, juzi uliona ndiye alipewa platform pale Bomas. You know that is also aligned to the Communist Party, na yende alikuwa anasema, so he was also trying to send a message across the board in the movement, ndio mkae pia muelewe kwamba even as you are seeing hawa pia ni watu ambao wako ni mashaolda pale.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But the other piece that I got from that, now that we're on that point, is that vile alisema eti hii ya Mwangi Kiunjuri hakupata kitu, was trying to, he did a very good job today trying to show how Mount Kenya has been shortchanged. Like wao hawajapata kitu, Maumau hazijaendelea, sijui nini, na hata huyu there was a way, there was a clever way of trying to make sure that my base understand why I negotiate for these things. Akasema wakati mwingine tunakosana na we kind of argue with the president. Let me see how he put it, because I was writing notes, by the way. He was talking about that sometimes if I fight with the president because we didn't write anything down, but I have to keep reminding him that this is what we promised to the people. That's what he called it. So at that point of so shareholding, because it was under that shareholding. I see.
No, and
people.
Okay. And just
go ahead, Fabish.
Yeah, by mentioning Mwangi Kiunjuri, that's what nakwambia, the people that walifanya walimwandikia, they did wonderful job. Now by mentioning Mwangi Kiunjuri, he was the only party from the mountain ambao walienda with a document. So if he left it untouched, manaka alisema kwamba sisi tulienda bila agreement, it was a gentleman agreement, then kama angeacha that gap, Mwangi Kiunjuri angesema mimi nilikuja but mkanigaslight na nilikuwa na document. So he had to put it very clear na kuseal that loophole, kusema kwamba even you that went with the document ulitoka bila kitu. So hawezi kuja kunilaumu kwamba sababu mimi nilienda na mdomo with gentleman agreement.
Unajua Fabish, Mwangi Kiunjuri, ukikumbuka wakati walikuwa wanasema hizi parties zote ziingie katika UDA, Mwangi Kiunjuri alikataa na chama yake, but akasema nitasupport Ruto, na akasimamisha candidates kwa ndani ya party yake, akaambia hapana, wacha hii watu wote wakuja wakuwe ya UDA. Mwangi Kiunjuri akakataa. Mwangi Kiunjuri alipata kura peke yake kwa hiyo party, so angepata shares, hakuwa kama kina Kingi.
Zero shares. But anyway, so I was just looking at some of the guidelines. Go ahead.
Why you guys not talking about how the people of the coasts were shortchanged by Kingi?
No, they were not. No, Kingi negotiated and he got what he negotiated for.
Yes, we were not shortchanged. Kingi negotiated for himself and he got exactly what he negotiated.
Yeah. And the reason is because he knew yeye kazi yake alikuwa alete kura at least, hata kama analeta moja ama aweke na watu wawili watatu hapo wakue kama watakuwa. So there wasn't much hope of bringing anything substantial. Kwa hivyo he was like, hata mimi kura yangu utapata na ya familia yangu, wacha tu mimi negotiate for one thing. So then he succeed. Yeah. But Gachagua, please, hate him, like him, today he nailed it.
Hey, lakini Kingi usiwahi kumkaribisha kwenda kwa dauri ya your daughter. Hey, that guy. Yani ana negotiate position. Hey, kuna watu hii Kenya. Lakini thanks Rigiji. Hata huyo mwenye amepeleka hii bila
Rigiji amefanya vizuri sana.
Eric Odhiambo, nataka endelee hivyo sasa. Kesho I think kesho itakuwa sasa leo sasa by 5 pm itakuwa explosive. Tutakuwa tunatembea chini ya handaki. Eric, how are you doing? You're going to be our last speaker today. How are you? Erico, unmute your mic.
Hey,
Yes, I can hear you.
So me today discussion ya Rigiji basic kuichukua vizuri. First, he was talking a lot about the properties of his late brother. Na hizi properties ukiangalia vizuri vile imechunguzwa, hizi properties ni kama haziko poa, hazija
Eric ameenda tu. Wamesema tu properties na wakaenda. You
No,
know,
hiyo ndio vitu Rigiji alikuwa anasema, alikuwa ameinsist sana respect the dead. Sasa huyu amejaribu kuguza hapo, ndio unaona Mike imenyongwa.
amedhubutu kuguza mlima imemtupa nje.
Sikuze mlima.
Umegusa mlima wewe.
Now we had already addressed this point because people think that Rigiji was introducing the properties and explaining them, was responding. The question is, these things were put there by the person who moved the motion. It's there in the motion. So the person was giving you his response that he's going to give tomorrow. It had nothing to do with introducing anything. In fact, he went line by line and even wondered why those properties were listed there. And therefore, he was trying to preempt what his defense is when it comes to tomorrow's session. Yeah, but I think I've had another. I think this is probably the third time in our session today I've had people say that why was he introducing and listing these properties? No, he did not list the properties. He responded to what is on the list and talked about he has documentation to show that he does not own those properties except by being an executor of the will. I think that's the point is, and if he has, the will is there and it's authenticated and admissible, and their court, their bank statements, their sale, because some of the hotels have already been sold. If there's all this evidence and it can be authenticated and accepted, then this thing only shifts to be political. So they can impeach him on political grounds, but at least the rest of the people will know that those were not the grounds. And the other point I wanted to make, I think Shishu brought this up, that if one is defective, then no, I think he only needs to be guilty of just one. They can only impeach him on one ground. Doesn't have to be all of them. So at least one of them, and then he's impeached.
All right, so it was a wild goose chase. Later on today, we'll be getting to hear more. Fabrice, maybe final sentiments. I'm going to be ending it at 30 past.
Yeah, I just want to agree with the justice that I think he can only be impeached by even one. But I think that one for treetop, that one will hook him on the neck, because I don't see, he himself, he has already admitted that indeed his sons were involved in that treetop leasing, which it is a property of KWS, and he will find very hard, I know, to explain. So it's like there is vested interest.
Fabish, there's an exception. There's an exception to that. There's an exception to that. The exception to that is, and that's the piece that we need to pay attention to and look at it. The only exception is if it is a transfer of the lease, because from what I heard, if I didn't get it clearly, is that if there's a transfer of the lease, which is they call it subletting or subleasing, then it doesn't have to come to the market until the lease expires. For example, the person who owned Treetop is the one who had leased that one, and the lease was still moving. And I think we can get a lawyer answer to that. But I think I heard somebody argue that if it's a subleasing, meaning they didn't have to go back to the market for competitive bidding again, that's a different story. I don't know if I'm making sense on that.
You are. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, he said it was subleasing, because I think there is another hotel. What is the name? There are two hotels there. Treetop and
there's because I think one was being sold by that owner. Yeah,
Diani Hotel.
Not Diani.
Nyeri. The Treetop and
the two top hotels in Nyeri, actually. He said Treetop and
Outspan.
Outspan, yes. Yes, Outspan. So I think they bought Outspan, but initially Outspan was leasing the Treetop.
Yes, now
so,
we've got it.
When they bought it, then the lease was
like a bonus.
Yeah, it was like a bonus. Yeah, I think maybe they might find a leeway there.
And that's why I think legally we need to interrogate, or we need to understand from tomorrow's argument, and maybe we will know before then whether if these guys transferred their lease, is there provision in law that allows you to do that, or does it, because it's a government property, does it have to go back to the market again? I think that's the part that probably will need. But actually, I'm glad you called that because that's really a big thing. That's a big deal. Yeah, that's a
Wow.
big deal.
Thank you guys for today. I think we'll be back here again in the next 17 hours, probably following up on the debate in Bunge. Of course, we are going to get a lot of rosy words from the Bunges. And I know there are only two options. Either the parliament will be full to the brim or empty. Hakuna katikati. We'll wait for it, of course.
Nani, Oscar Sudi is prepared himself very well with a lot of documents and submission, the engineer himself. So I know he will do a great
Wacha bwana. Hiyo si itakuwa imeanguka. Ai, yaani wewe maisha yako inaenda kuisha unategemea Oscar Sudi. Ai. Rigiji ni kama ataenda mahali sasa. I thought lakini unajua ni vizuri Shosho ameleta story ya nani ya Kenyatta time na hii time ya Moi. I don't know if you guys remember of a man called Molo Mutisia. This Musunge Mutuse reminds me of Molo Mutisia. If you know what Molo Mutisia was doing during the Moi time. Yeah, they always go eastern when they want people to do those stupid bills. Molo Mutisia was the one who used to call President Moi Hayati.
Hayati Moi. He's the one that complained wakati wa vita vya Saddam Hussein akasema kama huyu Saddam anasumbua KANU, siafukuzwe KANU.
Unasikia? Anaitwa Molo Mutisia. So right now we have, and from what Mwenge Mutuse ni kama Mwenge aliambiwa pitia hapo kwa cyber, tumekutumia kitu download uende usome bunge. Sasa yeye mwenyewe alikuwa surprised na vitu anasoma hapo hivi. Ukiangalia vizuri alisoma ka novel mpaka hadi Bible verse zikaekwa hapo ndani. But then you guys need to just go to shit with that Bible thingy bana. Yaani kitu kidogo umeshaangusha Bible verse. Sasa hata sisi Wakristo ukweli sasa tunaanza kujishuku. Ama huku notice Fabish bana. It is sijui kitu kidogo Matthew, James, Isaiah. Kesho unajua kila mtu hapo hivi atasimama amejihami. Wameambiana mtu asiguse kwa group ya WhatsApp. Mtu asiguse Matthew 7:7. Hiyo ni yangu. Yuko kwa submission. Na mtu alisema eti Jalango ataenda kulia. Mimi mtakuja kunimaliza kwa hii nchi bwana. Eti Jalango ataenda kulia huko hivi na yeye. Lakini hata mimi kidogo anipati emotionally. Ile first half. Hiyo interview, hiyo delivery ilikatwa into two. First half ilikuwa kuwa ma feelings. Ndugu yangu yani yako heaven anakunywa asali na maziwa na nyinyi mnacheza na milioni zake.
Unafikiria ilikuwa ni wewe peke yako? I almost cried. I was like literally I had to get off, like I was on my desk. I was like nilisimama nikasema this is not fair.
Unataka kufa truly mimi mnataka kupersecute
alafu orphan for that matter. Unajua kuguza mayatima.
Mamangu alikufa. Babangu alikufa. Nimekuwa lonely. Mtu hawezi kuwa tu lonely anunue shamba ya 29 acres. Shamba.
Si hata hivyo peke yake. Mpaka anasema ndugu yangu nisamee tafadhali. Forgive me.
Nisameheni. Kwa sababu yani ndugu yangu yani wananichukia kwa sababu niliuza shamba yako nikapata 10%. Ni makosa mamangu alikufa nikapewa 20 million yake. Ni makosa nilipoti na 5 million ya kuexecute hiyo kitu. Ni makosa my brother. Umekufa kitambo lakini leo ndo wamekuleta mbele. Alafu part B iko eti mnafikiria yani watu 7 million wanipigie kura alafu nikuje tu hapa niwaandikie kabarua. Kwani nyinyi ndio wazimu? Alafu
unaona conveniently aweza akatuambia his net worth, nasema hata nyinyi mkichukua hata simu ama calculator hapo simuongeze pesa itafika. Why didn't you do what can you tell us how much you're worth?
Lakini auliza wale walevi wawili walikufa, Mungu aweke mahali pao roza mahali pao peponi, hawakuacha kitu. Sikusikia hao.
Hawakuacha ama hawakuachiwa?
I mean hawakuachiwa kitu.
Hapana.
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe they didn't have families.
Mi kitu naweza kuambia sijaiona mtu
Because I
anajali.
think hata huyu mwingine the late one aliachiwa tu kwa sababu ya watoto wake. I don't think, maybe they didn't have families.
Poleni bwana, unajua kwanza hata nilikuwa nimesahau tunajua a lot of Rigiji's family, but that emotional charade was amazing because hey, truly my brother is emotional. Wazalendo, umerudi kwa mic nikijaribu kufunga show. Talk to me.
Halo, sasa hivi mko aje?
Tuko poa.
Sasa tumeingia hapa tu, tumeona hapa rada iko moto na vibes iko venye iko, so tukataka tu kujua as in, unaona venye topic iko sahihi, tuende tu nayo na nataka tu kuuliza kitu moja, as in, nyi mnaona aje hii story yote yenye inaendelea sahihi, like politically, history ya Murara, history yote like Gachagua na nyi mnaibebaje, mnaionaje? Tu niko tayari kuuliza hiyo vibe, mnaionaje?
Sasa huyo umekuwa wapi?
We have been
Wazalendo
here for
umekuwa
the
wapi?
past 8 hours. Ndio kuja kutuuliza hiyo swali.
Je,
Wacha
tuko lost
niweke
kidogo,
mashine.
tumeingia late.
Wacha niweke mashine.
Tusameheni, tumeingia late, poleni.
Vile
Poleni, tumeingia late kiasi.
itabidi uende
Hiyo tu.
tukutane na
Poleni, tumeingia late. Poleni, Aish. Tumesikia. Poleni, tumeingia late kiasi.
you'll
Tunataka
just listen into the recording and catch up. Tumesema vitu mingi sana, we can't just go back again. Yeah, but
Okay,
you can
poa, naelewa.
unaweza replay the audio of the space. I've been here for the past 8 hours. Haya, asanteni sana.
Sawa.
Mm.
Nitarudi huko, nitafanya hiyo playback. Sawa tu.
Poa poa, tuna land in a few actually. So yeah, I'm going to leave you with a video of my journey series from HRWP, that is Home Run PP. I sat down with Grace Oluwande, and Grace Oluwande was with me a few weeks ago here on the spaces on my studio, and we were talking about how children are not foolish. You guys need to listen to that video. It is out there now. Hashtag Home Run with PP. We will be back here tomorrow, no, today actually, at around 4 p.m. East African time. Kama kawaida, kama dawa. Asante sana. Today we had to go an extra 2 hours, 3 hours because of the speech. I hope tomorrow the 2-hour defense between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. will be what we call it will be more engaging, more damning, and also of course the move of the motion of course is expected to have 1 hour of submission. So it's a lot of things. We definitely are going to be taking down a very big road. Ni kuomba Mungu sisi. Yeah, tunataka kupelekwa huko hivi river Yala by force by fire. Yes. By the way, have a great one. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. This is Home Run. Mbona kila mtu akitaka kulala anasemanga eti I'll see you kesho. Aya, ana. I'll see you when I see you guys later on in the day.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from